Cek, 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 cek. Masuk ya? Monggo mas. Cek, cek, cek 1 2 cek, cek 1 2 cek 1.
Sungguh tak ternilai harganya, baik secara lokal maupun nasional dan bahkan internasional.
Tangga untuk mencapai tujuan tersebut satu persatu telah dicapai. Dan kini target utama itu secepatnya akan terpenuhi. Universitas Airlangga telah menjadi bagian dari 5 kampus terbaik di Indonesia versi QS. Capaian tersebut kian diperkuat oleh sejumlah prestasi lain, di antaranya sebanyak 40 program studi di Universitas Airlangga telah terakreditasi secara internasional. Meraih peringkat 5 besar dalam Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa Nasional ke-32. Laman berita Universitas Airlangga, Warta Uner, mendapat penghargaan Silver Winner dalam ajang Public Relations Indonesia Award 2020. Serta mendapat 2 penghargaan dalam ajang QS Apple Creative Award setelah bersaing dengan 70 kampus unggulan dari negara Asia Pasifik. Di tengah sejumlah kebanggaan tersebut, Profesor Nasih tak putus-putus mengingatkan bahwa memberi kontribusi positif dalam kehidupan berbangsa dan dunia adalah sebuah kewajiban. Sebagaimana prinsip excellent with morality, titah tersebut selalu membawa bukti. Universitas Airlangga menjadi inisiator lahirnya Indonesia Academy of Management. Mendapat penghargaan sebagai runner-up academic leader dalam bidang ilmu kesehatan pada 2019, menjadi kampus pertama di Asia Tenggara yang mengikuti akreditasi Agency for Public Health Education Accreditation, serta masuk dalam daftar 100 bidang kesehatan terbaik dunia versi The Impact Ranking. Dan sebagai bukti bahwa kontribusi nyata pada persoalan kemanusiaan adalah tugas paling utama, Rumah Sakit Universitas Airlangga telah menjadi salah satu rujukan utama dalam penanganan COVID-19 di Indonesia.
Dengan adanya COVID-19 dan persoalan-persoalan yang lain, tidak mudah untuk kita pecahkan secara bersama-sama. Tentu ini akan menjadi tantangan tersendiri untuk langkah kita ke depan. Tantangan-tantangan dan atau persoalan-persoalan ini akan menjadi cambuk bagi kami untuk melangkah lebih tegak lagi, untuk terus-menerus meningkatkan prestasi, mengembangkan kualitas, dan memberikan makna bagi kehidupan umat manusia.
Selain sekian penghargaan dan kontribusi itu, masih ada beragam prestasi lain dari berbagai bidang yang telah dihasilkan Universitas Airlangga. Sebuah pencapaian yang semakin memberi semangat untuk terus menjadi lebih baik di hari depan.
Don't be confused with the pictures I send to you. It's Earth, but it's our Earth. But by the time you see this, our Earth will be long gone, replaced by your Earth, horrible Earth. And to you, the future generations, we are deeply sorry about it. So many beautiful things that we have now, and all good things that nature has granted to us that you won't be able to have, to see, you won't be able to touch. Sorry, we have polluted your air for a long time. Sorry for our production and consumption habit bring damage to your earth. Sorry that we can't stop ruining the oceans, the forests, and the soil. Sorry for the carbon dioxide we kept releasing. We see the signs, but we decide to do something else in the name of civilizations. We forget what's good of that if there will be no future. No such thing what to call a civilization. We are sorry for stealing your future. Above all, we are sorry that the whole world can do enough to give you a beautiful and safe planet that you can call home. We feel on our responsibility, but you can still save your future for your children. I give you the seeds, plant them one by one until it clears your air, your atmosphere, restore the climate. Dear children of the future, you can still save the earth. Don't wait, act now. And once again, we are deeply sorry. Do not repeat our mistake.
Surabaya is one of the oldest cities in Indonesia, which full of Indonesian historical heritage. Despite its rapid development, which makes Surabaya growing up as the second largest city in Indonesia, the historical heritage in this city are well preserved. In Surabaya, Universitas Airlangga was established. Universitas Airlangga is the second oldest university in Indonesia. Since it was established in 1913, Universitas Airlangga has become the best university in the eastern part of Indonesia, proven by the students' various achievements, both in academic and non-academic field. Universitas Airlangga has expanded to 14 faculties, which located in its three main campuses, Campus A, B, and C. One of the faculties is Faculty of Science and Technology, located in Campus C.
Welcome to Faculty of Science and Technology.
Faculty of Science and Technology is an expansion of Faculty of Mathematics and Science Universitas Airlangga, which established since 1982, and in April 10, 2008, it officially became Faculty of Science and Technology. FST has 4 departments, and each of them administers several study programs. Mathematics Department administers mathematics, information system and statistics. Physics Department administers physics and biomedical engineering. Biology Department administers biology, environmental science and technology, and biology master program. Chemistry Department administers undergraduate and master program of chemistry, and there is also Mathematics and Science postgraduate program, which administered by the faculty.
proud to be part of FST. As a faculty with national and international standard, FST gives me many facilities to support my academic and non-academic activities such as laboratories, student center, and sports center. Friendly lecturer helped me to broaden my viewpoint so that I can appreciate toward nature and environment. And the important thing that I have many diverse friends from Sabang to Merauke.
The main vision and mission of FST Universitas Airlangga is to become the leader in developing science and technology and to build and develop civilized, moralized, and environmentally friendly society. To actualize that, FST Universitas Airlangga continues to develop itself to become a better study place and study destination. This is proven by the accredited and certified study programs in FST, both nationally and internationally.
Hello, my name is Muhammad Hashir bin Fadil. I'm from Malaysia and I'm studying in Management and Science University and I'm taking Bachelor in Forensic Science. So, based on my experience here around a month, I can see the lecturers are more friendly and they're talkative. And when during the lecture, they like to talk and explain more rather than using the slide, because of I think they're more experienced and knowledgeable.
Hello, hi. My name is Nadia binti Norazam. I came from Malaysia. I'm studying in Management and Science University in Malaysia. I'm taking Bachelor of Forensic Science there. My experience in Faculty of Science and Technology here really have a great moment.
In 2016, FST support Universitas Airlangga's target to reach top 500 world-class university by strengthening the learning system and increasing the publications. The excellence of FST Universitas Airlangga in education, research, and community service is proven not only by the students and lecturers' achievements in national and international competitions and publications, but also reflected by the global networking and collaboration with the industry and other educational institutions in various fields. To support the students' academic and non-academic activities, FST Universitas Airlangga has some facilities such as fully equipped classrooms, laboratories with advanced research instruments, library with newest literatures, books, encyclopedias, magazines and journals, student center as the core of students' organizational activities, greenhouse, computer laboratories, fast internet access, sports center, mosque and gazebo.
On behalf of Dean of Faculty of Science and Technology Universitas Airlangga, I would like to introduce the faculty briefly. Since 2008, Faculty of Science and Technology Universitas Airlangga is not only producing scientists but is also the engineers with fundamental academic skill for the advancement of modern way of life. We have around 3,000 student international lecturers and many international collaboration including classes, researches and publication. In 2021, we are pleased to say that Universitas Airlangga is currently ranked from 521 until 530 in QS World University ranking and among top 5 universities in Indonesia. It is our mission to create professionals with global perspective, provide excellent opportunities for students to travel and learn from their counterparts all around the world. All staff members have been exercised with new ideas of learning, methods, designing, and perfecting experimental techniques. Please come and join us and let's face the challenge of creating your journey together.
Selamat datang di program studi S1 Matematika Universitas Airlangga. Program studi S1 Matematika berdiri pada tahun 1982. Berada di bawah naungan Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam yang berubah nama menjadi Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi pada tahun 2008. Saat ini terdapat 4 kelompok keahlian di bawah koordinasi program studi S1 Matematika, yaitu analisis, aljabar, riset operasi dan komputasi, serta pemodelan sistem. Sehingga dalam program studi matematika tidak hanya sekedar mempelajari perhitungan rumus-rumus, akan tetapi juga hal-hal yang berhubungan dengan pemrograman. Program studi S1 Matematika memfasilitasi kegiatan non-akademik melalui organisasi yang bersifat ilmiah keprofesian sebagai wadah pemersatu, wadah aspirasi, dan komunikasi mahasiswa matematika, yaitu Himpunan Mahasiswa Matematika yang disingkat Himatika. Himatika didirikan pada 16 Oktober 1983 dan pada setiap tahunnya akan diperingati sebagai Red Day. Himatika memiliki 7 komunitas kegiatan mahasiswa yang tujuannya untuk menunjang dan memfasilitasi hobi, bakat, dan minat mahasiswanya. Untuk mendukung prestasi warganya, Himatika juga menyediakan berbagai informasi mengenai lomba, beasiswa, tutor mata kuliah, dan lain-lain yang dapat diakses melalui official akun Himatika seperti Instagram dan YouTube. Tidak hanya itu, Himatika juga melakukan pengabdian masyarakat yang bertujuan dapat meningkatkan kesadaran terhadap pentingnya pendidikan. Program studi S1 Matematika telah mendapatkan akreditasi A, juga mendapatkan akreditasi ASIIN, Accreditation Agency for Degree Programs in Engineering, Informatics, Computer Science, Natural Science, and Mathematics. Program studi S1 Matematika berkomitmen untuk konsisten mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang penuh kreativitas serta kompetitif.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya pertama kali kita panjatkan bersyukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah melimpahkan rahmat dan hidayah kepada kita semua. Kedua kalinya salam salawat tetap dilimpahkan kepada Rasulullah Muhammad SAW, beserta keluarga, sahabat dan para pengikutnya. Mudah-mudahan kita tetap dalam jalan naungan yang diridhoinya. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Prodi Studi Statistika ini di bawah naungan Departemen Matematika Fakultas Internalional UNAIR. Berdirinya sejak 24 Februari tahun 2011 dengan SK Rektor nomor 93/H3/KR/2001. Nah, kita patut bersyukur bahwa sudah banyak dari alumni kita yang berperan dan punya kontribusi dalam berbagai bidang. Ya. Kita memang mengembangkan kurikulum yang berbasis pada biososek, ya, ilmu kesehatan, sosial dan ekonomi. Bahkan alhamdulillah perkembangannya sangat dahsyat sekali sekarang ini dengan banyaknya mahasiswa yang terlibat dalam penelitian dosen, mungkin dalam prestasi-prestasi lomba yang diikutinya cukup besar sekali, sehingga itu bisa meningkatkan ya prestasi dari prodi kita. Nah, selain itu kegiatan nasional baik seminar nasional maupun sedang juga banyak dilakukan oleh mahasiswa. Mudah-mudahan dan kita menjadi maju ke depan dan alhamdulillah kita menjadi lebih berprestasi dan menjadikan lulusannya akan berguna di masyarakat. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Profil lulusan S1 Statistika cukup luas. Ada 4 poin utama, yaitu akademisi, konsultan, entrepreneur, dan peneliti. Pada dasarnya, ilmu statistika sangat penting digunakan oleh setiap orang untuk melakukan suatu prediksi dan pengambilan keputusan dari suatu permasalahan dengan berdasarkan data dan fakta.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Ahmad Yusuf Al-Badri. Saya mahasiswa Statistika UNAIR angkatan 2017. Saya bangga menjadi bagian dari Statistika UNAIR karena selama 3 tahun saya berstudi, saya mendapatkan banyak hal, mulai dari segi akademik maupun non-akademik. Dari segi akademik, saya mendapatkan banyak pembelajaran mengenai metode-metode statistika yang menjadi bekal tersendiri bagi mahasiswa untuk dunia kerja nantinya. Dosen-dosennya pun sangat ramah, humble, dan dapat memberikan pembelajaran yang efektif bagi mahasiswanya. Sehingga kami merasa nyaman, termotivasi, dan makin semangat untuk menuntut ilmu di kampus. Selain itu, dosen-dosen kami pun sangat suportif dengan kegiatan akademik luar kampus, seperti perlombaan yang meliputi analisis data, infografis, LKTI, dan juga kegiatan-kegiatan lainnya seperti conference dan riset-riset ilmiah yang terkolaborasi dengan kegiatan dosen. Maka dari itu, tak heran jika teman-teman mahasiswa banyak yang menjuarai perlombaan-perlombaan tersebut dan dapat mengharumkan nama Statistika UNAIR di kancah nasional hingga internasional melalui conference maupun riset-riset yang telah tembus indeks Scopus. Dari segi non-akademik, banyak kegiatan-kegiatan kemahasiswaan yang dapat melatih soft skill teman-teman mahasiswa Statistika UNAIR. Kegiatan-kegiatan tersebut dinaungi oleh organisasi mahasiswa, yaitu Himpunan Mahasiswa Statistika Universitas Airlangga, yang disingkat Himasta UNAIR. Kegiatan-kegiatan yang ada di dalamnya meliputi pengembangan minat bakat, baik akademik maupun non-akademik, keorganisasian, pengabdian masyarakat, kegiatan bersama alumni, dan juga kegiatan-kegiatan kebersamaan lainnya untuk menciptakan solidaritas antar mahasiswa Statistika Universitas Airlangga. Himasta 1, Glory Himasta. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya Belinda Yordani, mahasiswa program studi statistika Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi Universitas Erlangga Angkatan 2017. Menapaki 3 tahun perjalanan saya berproses di Universitas Erlangga, alhamdulillah terdapat 5 prestasi yang berhasil saya raih. Beberapa di antaranya adalah menjadi juara 1 dalam Math and Words, Mathematics Challenge Festival, Mathematics Modeling Competition yang diselenggarakan di Institut Teknologi Bandung tahun 2018, menjadi juara 4 dalam Malaysia Speaking Mind Competition 2019 yang diselenggarakan di Universitas Teknologi Mata, kemudian menjadi mahasiswa berprestasi utama Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi 2019, serta menjadi top 5 mahasiswa berprestasi Universitas Erlangga 2020. Alhamdulillah juga baru-baru ini menjadi juara kedua dalam lomba karya dunia Teori Statistika 9 di Universitas Mulawak. Pencapaian-pencapaian tersebut tentunya tidak terlepas dari peran Bapak Ibu dosen serta rekan-rekan mahasiswa di lingkungan program studi statistika khususnya dan Universitas Erlangga umum. Kedisiplinan yang senantiasa diajarkan, kemudian motivasi dan dukungan yang tidak pernah berhenti mengalir memacu kami untuk terus berkarya, memberikan inovasi dan gagasan terbaik untuk terus serta membantu menyelesaikan permasalahan negeri ini dan nanti. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Umi Tri Ruhana. Saya alumni Statistika Universitas Erlangga Angkatan 2012. Kesibukan saya saat ini, saya sedang menempuh S2 Statistika di National Chiao Tung University, Taiwan. Mengapa saya mengambil statistika? Karena saya melihat prospek ke depan bahwa jurusan statistika merupakan jurusan yang sangat bagus, dan ahli ekonom Google mengatakan bahwa the sexiest job of the 21st century is a data scientist. Akhirnya, menurut saya, selama kehidupan ini penuh dengan ketidakpastian, maka statistika akan selalu ada dalam hidup dan kehidupan itu sendiri. Terima kasih.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Arsi Kurnia Agdami. Alhamdulillah, atas izin Allah mentakdirkan saya bisa berkuliah di statistika. Dan statistika itu adalah statistika Universitas Erlangga. Statistika menarik sekali untuk dipelajari, banyak data dan berbagai macam hal yang bisa kita ungkap melalui metode statistika dan ilmu statistika itu sendiri. Akhirul kalam, singkat kata dari saya, jadilah statistika yang bermanfaat, jadilah statistisi yang digunakan atau dicari banyak orang, statistika yang jujur dan cerdas, dan terlebih lagi bisa membawa negara kita ini menjadi negara yang lebih baik. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Prodi Statistika Universitas Erlangga, from zero become one by data.
Information System Study Program Universitas Airlangga. Along with the development of the discipline of information systems and increasing demand for human resources in the field of information systems, Information System Study Program was opened since 2008 under Faculty of Science and Technology, Universitas Airlangga. We are working together on being pioneer in the development of science and technology, having a role to build human resources qualified in scientific community based on the spirit of civilized citizen, environmental insight, and religious morality. Our vision is to become an excellent and leading program in the field of information systems at national and international levels, as well as to participate in the development of a scientific, civilized, and morally religious society. Our mission revolves around conducting teaching and learning processes to produce human resources capable of mastering, implementing, developing, and innovating in the field of information systems, conducting quality and useful research in the field of information systems, devoting expertise in the field of information systems to the society, institution, industry, and government. And our objectives aims on conducting a quality learning process to produce graduates who have morality and able to master, apply, develop, and innovate in the field of information systems, producing innovative, productive, and quality research in the field of information systems, producing community service by empowering the community to be able to solve problems independently and sustainably. Along the way, we have been collaborating with many institutes both in national level and international level. This collaboration has allowed us to gain enormous opportunities to grow. Our collaboration took place in form of competitions, research, sharing session, exchange study program, guest lecture, and many other beneficial activities. In 2020, we have successfully held two main events. The CODA video conferencing with Universitas Airlangga, which is basically a part of Airlangga Global Scholars Program, involves many international academics delivering online course, online guest lecture, or writing clinic in a seminar class. And ICOS, International Community Service, which is a program in collaboration with Management and Science University Malaysia with a theme entitled IT for Better Education. Our study program also consisted of best lecturers, specializes in many studies ranging from information system, decision support system, computational linguistics, information retrieval, soft computing, software engineer, interaction design, data mining, e-business, statistics, enterprise architecture, artificial intelligence, and many other specializations. In achievements, we are both nationally and internationally able to compete and win competitions. Our students have been actively participating in many competitions and built winning legacy along the way. Information System Study Program Universitas Airlangga is here to provide you with the best practice on information system study. We are inviting you to join us and working together on being pioneer in the development in the information study program. Information System Study Program Universitas Airlangga, knowledge and certified, self-sustained, action-oriented, team player, respectful and responsible, IT-driven innovator, and agile. Information System Studi Program Universitas Airlangga, Ksatria Airlangga.
Cek 1 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In 5 minutes, we will start our today's agenda. So please open your camera and please use virtual background provided by the committee. Thank you.
Program studi Teknobiomedik Universitas Airlangga telah berkembang pesat menjadi bagian dari perkembangan teknologi di Indonesia. Program studi Teknobiomedik Universitas Airlangga didirikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan tenaga kerekayasaan di bidang biomedis dengan spesialisasi bidang instrumentasi medis dan biomaterial.
Selamat datang di program studi Teknobiomedik Universitas Airlangga. Program studi Teknobiomedik berada di bawah Fakultas Sains dan Teknologi Universitas Airlangga. Program studi Teknobiomedik memiliki visi menjadi pusat pendidikan dan penelitian yang unggul di bidang implementasi biomedis yang terpandang di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Program studi teknik biomedik memiliki 3 visi. Nomor 1 adalah mempersiapkan lulusan yang berkualitas di bidang teknologi biomedik yang berorientasi pada penguasaan teknologi instrumentasi biomedis dan biomaterial. Yang kedua adalah mengembangkan penelitian di bidang teknologi instrumentasi dan biomaterial. Dan yang ketiga adalah membantu memecahkan permasalahan pada lembaga pelayanan kesehatan, rumah sakit, dan industri alat-alat kesehatan.
Didirikan pada tahun 2008 sebagai program studi teknobiomedik pertama di Indonesia, harapan bagi perbaikan kualitas teknologi medis terus meningkat. Program studi teknobiomedik Universitas Airlangga telah banyak menuangkan idenya melalui berbagai kompetisi.
Prestasi teknobiomedik dengan 5 medali emas, 3 medali perak, dan 2 medali perunggu di ajang Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa Nasional.
Program studi teknobiomedik Universitas Airlangga ditunjang oleh lebih dari 25 staf pengajar berpengalaman dengan 3 orang profesor dan 7 doktor yang dapat meningkatkan dan menjaga kualitas pendidikan. Serta didukung pula oleh Rumah Sakit Universitas Airlangga, Rumah Sakit Umum Daerah Dr. Sutomo, dan Institute of Tropical Disease Universitas Airlangga. Terdapat pula laboratorium pendukung.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In a few minutes, we will start our today's agenda. For those of you who have not turned on the camera, please turn on your camera, and please use virtual background provided by the committee. Thank you.
Laboratorium Instrumentasi Medis,
Can you hear me?
Laboratorium Rehabilitasi Medis, Laboratorium Radiasi, Laboratorium Fisika Material, Program studi teknobiomedik Universitas Airlangga menawarkan 2 jenis peminatan studi. Yang pertama, instrumentasi medis, dengan lulusan yang diharapkan dapat merancang sistem elektronika medis dan mampu mengolah sinyal dan citra biomedis. Kedua, biomaterial, dengan lulusan yang diharapkan mampu melakukan rekayasa dan analisis material untuk implantasi medis. Setiap tahun, lebih dari 50 mahasiswa baru turut bergabung dalam meningkatkan keefektifan kurikulum dan proses pembelajaran, sekaligus mengembangkan sistem manajemen pada organisasi untuk mencapai kompetensi nasional dan global. Dalam meningkatkan kompetensi mahasiswa maupun staf pengajar, terdapat program unggulan seperti kuliah tamu, seminar, simposium, fokus group discussion, dan workshop dengan beragam topik mulai dari aspek teknologi biomedis hingga analisis kebijakan dari agenda teknologi dan kesehatan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We meet again. My name is Jordan, and on the behalf of the Faculty of Science and Technology Universitas Airlangga, I would like to welcome all of you to the second day of the 8th International Conference and Workshop on Basic and Applied Sciences 2021. Jointly organized with University Technology Malaysia, this International University Iraq, and Salahuddin University Erbil. Without further ado, moving right along to the core of today's event, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator today, Dr. Sheila Chandra. Dr. Sheila is a senior lecturer at the University Technology Malaysia. Dr. Sheila finished her bachelor and master program at the University Technology Malaysia, and she finished her PhD program at Hokkaido University, Japan. Her current research work focuses on the development, characterization, and application of titania-based photocatalysts in various chemical reactions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Dr. Sheila Chandran.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So a very good morning, and once again, a warm welcome to the second day of the conference for the 8th International Conference and Workshop on Basic and Applied Sciences, ICOWABAS 2021. Once again, I'm Sheila Chandran from University of Technology Malaysia, and I'll be your moderator for today. We are very fortunate today as we have 3 renowned speakers delivering their keynote addresses today. Our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ramzan from Bahria University, Pakistan, will be giving a talk entitled Nanofluids, Insertion and Development. Before I invite him, I think it's only appropriate that I briefly introduce our first speaker. Professor Muhammad Ramzan is currently a professor at Bahria University, Islamabad, Pakistan. With over 25 years of experience in teaching and research, he was the pioneer of the master's and PhD programs in mathematics in Bahria University, Islamabad campus. He has published over 125 ISI index papers and also authored a book. His paper received the Best Paper Award at the 7th International Conference on Advanced Technologies, ICAT, Turkey 2018. He was also the best presenter at the 4th International Conference on Technology, Engineering and Science, ICONTEST, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia 2017. Professor Ramzan was the recipient of the HEC Indigenous Scholarship for his PhD studies and has managed to win several HEC research projects. At present, 4 PhD and 3 master students are working under his supervision. He has been appointed as a visiting professor at Jiangsu University, China, and Sejong University, South Korea. Currently, he is a visiting professor at Beijing University of Civil Engineering and Architecture, Beijing, China. More recently, Professor Ramzan was included in the list of the top 2% scientists of the world in an independent study conducted by a group of scientists from Stanford University, USA. He was also awarded as the best researcher at Bahria University, Islamabad in 2020. So without further ado, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Muhammad Ramzan.
Sheila, can you allow me to share the screen? Is my screen sharing with you? Am I audible to you?
Hold on, we are trying to figure it out. Sorry.
Sheila?
Oh, Prof, you want to share your screen, is it?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, because the organizer was sharing your slides in just now, just a short while.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, we can hear you. But hold on, the sharing, the technical team are trying to figure out to let you share the screen just a short while more, huh, Prof? Is it okay now?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Is my screen sharing with you right now? Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see the cover page very well. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila Chandra, and thank you very much for inviting me to present my work to this 8th International Conference and Workshop on Basic and Applied Sciences. I'm also presents my thanks to the Rector, Langa University, Professor Dr. Muhammad Nasir, and Chairman of the Conference, Dr. Iradani, for inviting me to deliver this talk. It will certainly be a great platform for sharing knowledge with the fellow colleagues, and I congratulate all the 3 universities from the Indonesia, Malaysia, and Iraq. Now, let me start my presentation. It's about the nanofluids, inception and development. Now, starting with the basic definition, what are the nanofluids? Nanofluids are a new class of nanotechnology waste heat transfer fluids obtained by dispersing and stably suspending nanoparticles with typical dimensions on the order of 10 nanometer size. Why nanofluids? The goal of nanofluids is to achieve the highest possible thermal properties at the smallest possible concentrations, preferably less than 1% by the volume. By uniform dispersion and stable suspension of nanoparticles, preferably less than 10 nanometer size in host fluids. To achieve this goal, it is vital to understand how nanoparticles enhance energy transport in liquids. Applications range. Nanofluids have great potential in transportation, improve automotive and heavy-duty engine cooling rates by increasing the efficiency, lowering the weight, and reducing the complexity of the thermal management systems. According to different researchers, the application of nanofluids in industrial cooling will result in great energy saving and emissions reductions. Let me give you one example from the United States industry. The replacement of the cooling and heating water with nanofluids had the potential to conserve about 1 trillion BTU of the energy. Moreover, magnetic fluids are kinds of special nanofluids which take advantage of magnetic properties of the nanoparticles inside. For example, the magnetic liquid rotary seals operating with no maintenance and extremely low liquids in very wide range of applications. Finally, some special kinds of the nanoparticles shows antibacterial properties or drug delivery properties. So the nanofluids containing these nanoparticles may show relevant biomedical properties. If you talk about the preamble, why we need these nanofluids? The common fluids such as the water, the ethylene glycol, the oil play an important role in heat transfer in many industrial processes, such as power generation, heating or cooling processes, chemical processes, and microelectronics. As these fluids have relatively low thermal conductivity and thus cannot reach high heat exchange rates in thermal engineering devices. A way to overcome this barrier is using ultra-fine solid particles suspended in common fluids to improve their thermal conductivity. The suspension of the nano-sized particle less than, its size around 1 to 100 nanometer in a conventional base fluid is called the nanofluid. This was introduced in 1995 by Choi and Eastman. Nanofluids compared to the suspensions with the particles of the millimeter or the micrometer size show better stability, rheological properties, and considerably higher thermal conductivities. The enhanced thermal behavior of the nanofluids could provide a basis for an numerous innovations for heat transfer intensifications, which is of great importance to the number of industrial sectors, including the transportation, power generation, micro manufacturing, thermotherapy, for cancer treatment, chemical and metallurgical sectors, as well as heating, cooling, ventilation, air conditioning. Nanofluids are also important for the production of the nanostructured materials for the engineering of complex fluids, as well as for cleaning the oil from the surfaces due to their excellent wetting and separating behavior. Another application of the nanofluids is the drug delivery of the nanodrugs. Coming to the layout of the presentation, is these are the bullets. You can see that what is the fluid, the properties, the thermal conductivity of the fluid, the timeline, emergence of the nanofluids, types of the nanoparticles, types of the nanofluids, and the features of the nanofluids, long time stability of the nanofluids, overview of some experimental results, effects of some parameters on the thermal conductivity of the nanofluids, mechanism of the heat transfer in the nanofluids, applications of the nanofluids, challenges in the nanofluids, research opportunities in nanofluids, and obviously the system. Now coming to the basic question, what is a fluid? A fluid is any substance that is capable of flowing. It has no definite shape of its own. Both liquids and gases are fluids. Examples may involve, let's say, the water, the milk, cattle, honey, air. In simple words, you can say a substance that has no fixed shape and yield easily the external pressure, a gas, especially a liquid. If we talk about the viscosity of the fluids, it's defined as the resistance of a fluid flow. It often refers to the thickness of a fluid. State of being thick and sticky due to the internal friction is basically raises that you can say the cooling of the fluid raises its viscosity. Once the fluid is cooled, you can take the example, let's say the honey, when it is will be cooled, it will be much thicker as compared to the hot honey position. If we talk about the density of a substance, basically, if we talk first, let's say definition, the density of a substance is the relationship between the mass of the substance and how much space it takes, the volume. Fluids that do not mix layer themselves according to their density. Less dense fluids float on the top of more dense fluids. An object made from the comparatively dense materials such as iron will have less volume than an object or equal mass made from some less dense, let's say, the water. If we talk about the thermal conductivity of the material describes how well the material conducts heat. It can take the heat. To understand this, we need to learn that what is thermal conduction. Thermal conduction is basically a phenomenon where heat is transferred from the area of the high temperature to the area of the low temperature due to the motion of the constituents of the substance, such as atoms, molecules, free electrons, while the object itself does not move. Thermal conductivity is in other words, you can say is the ability of a material to conduct heat. A value of thermal conductivity can be determined by measuring the rate at which the heat can pass through the material. Thermal conductivity is the opposite of thermal resistivity. Sorry, you can say the thermal resistivity is opposite to the thermal conductivity, and this means not conducting heat, not much heat. The factors that can affect this thermal conductivity, these are the materials, the type of the material, the length of the object we are talking about, the temperature difference from one end to the other end of the object, and obviously the cross-section types. Liquids tend to have better thermal conductivity than gases, and solid possesses better thermal conductivity than liquids. Simply, we can say the solids have the higher than the liquids, and liquids have higher than the gases. If we talk about the emergence, the timeline of the emergence of the nanofluids, the basic and the thumb, you can say the inception, you can say the birth of the nanofluids was introduced by in 1993. There's a bunch of authors led by the Musada measured the thermal conductivity and viscosity of three different water-based suspension containing aluminum oxide, titanium oxide, and silicon oxide nanoparticles. They reported that both thermal conductivity and viscosity of the fluid of the water become greater than before adding the particles. Once means the thermal conductivity of the simple water and the thermal conductivity of the water after pouring the nanoparticles is quite different. And in case of the nanoparticle in nanofluids, it's amazingly increased. Later, in 1995, Choi selected the name nanofluid for a mixture of nanoparticles and a liquid. This new class is expected to exhibit the high thermal conductivities compared to those of currently used heat transfer fluids, and they represent this hope for the best of the enhancement of the heat transfer. Then later, after this in 1997, based on the concepts of the nanofluids, Ergoni thermal scientists have developed an advanced cooling technology. The advanced cooling approach relies on many microchannels consisting of long, narrow slits and coolants containing nanometer-sized metallic particles. In other words, the innovative process employs microchannels filled with the metallic nanoparticle-laden coolant to extract heat transfer than present technology. This advanced cooling approach provides more efficient cooling than any other cooling technologies because the microchannels increase the effective heat transfer area and the metallic nanoparticles increase the effective thermal conductivity of the coolants. Then these are onwards, you can say, the journey. In 2001, Choi Group published 2 papers in applied physics letters, and later in 2002, 2003, the nanofluid work is named as a top achievement by the DOE's Office of Physics Energy Sciences in both 2003 and 2 and 3. And in 2007, the first single theme conference on the nanofluids was held. And it's the Engineering Conference International. The first book on the nanofluids was published by the Willy, under the umbrella of the Willy Publishing Group. So basically, you can say its birth took place in 1997, and then it took, you can say, boost after 2007. Nanofluids basically are the amalgamation of the nanoparticles in the base fluid. A nanofluid is a fluid containing nanometer-sized particles called a nanoparticle. These fluids are engineered to glide the suspension of the nanoparticles in the base fluid. The nanoparticles used in the base fluids are typically made of the metals, oxides, carbides, or the carbon nanotubes. Made of the metals, oxides, carbides, or carbon nanotubes, common base fluids like the water, ethylene glycol. Base fluids, these are the organic liquids like the water, oil, and ethylene glycol. Nanoparticle size between 100 nanometer size. As you can say, imagine the size is 10 raised power -9. A human hair is about 80,000 nanometer wide, and you can imagine these size. Then a red blood cell is about 7,000 nanometer wide. You can see from this picture that the nanometer is extremely small. It's like the diameter of the soccer ball divided by the diameter of the nanoparticle, and almost equal to the diameter of the Earth to the diameter of the circle. You can imagine how small this nanoparticles be. It's the same, you can say, a picture depicting the size of the nanoparticles. You can say this is the size of the ant, it's about 3.6 millimeter, and here you can say the carbon nanotubes, you can say it's 0.3 to 15 size. Nanoparticles, as earlier told, these may be the oxides, carbides, and the metals. These are the oxides: aluminum oxide, and titanium, copper, carbon, and over the base groups. You can see over here the thermal conductivity of the particles. Let's say if you write about the silver, this is 429, 401, and 237, and similarly for the diamond, silicon, aluminum, the thermal conductivities are given here. Now, what happens? You can see over here from this picture that these are the ordinary fluids. Let's say the organic materials, the transfer materials, like let's say water, cyanide, glycol, like this one. Look at the thermal conductivity of this is almost, let's say, the less than 1, and over here you can see how minimum, how you can say the smaller thermal conductivity of the base fluids. But over here, when we talk about the metals and the metal oxide, the thermal conductivity is around 1000 milli to 1000. So when these metals are added to the fluids, then obviously the thermal conductivity of these fluids will be increased. Now, if you talk about the carbon nanotubes, this is one of the nanomaterial. Is made from the graphene. Graphene, basically, the sheet has a additional application, create the anti-corrosion coating and paints, efficient and precise sensor, faster, efficient electronics, flexible space, efficient solar panels, faster DNA sequence, drug delivery, and more. For graphene powder ranges between, you can say the costly, there's $50 to around $200 per kg, depending on the quality and the volume of the purchase. Despite graphene being remarkably thin, it is strong enough to protect from a bullet. And according to a statement describing the research, it is so thin and is so strong that you can use it in the bullet jackers to save the human. Types of the carbon nanotubes, these can be the single walled, the multi-walled. A sheet of the graphene of one atom is thick is rolled into a tube. You can see over here. This creates a single walled carbon nanotube. The methods involve combining a metal catalyst with carbon containing reaction gases. As a result, the carbon nanotubes are formed on the catalyst within a furnace. Carbon nanotubes, if we talk about the characteristics, the stiff as diamond, 1/4 in the density of the steel, 10 times stronger than the steel. Thermal capacity 20 times more than the steel. Carbon nanotubes are the elastic, are good conductor of the heat. Carbon nanotubes possess good thermal electrical conductivity. These carbon tubes may possess resistance to the corrosion. Bicycle frames, tennis rackets, hockey sticks, bulletproof jackets. These are made from the carbon nanotube. Can be made from the carbon nanotube. By use of the carbon nanotube, the weight of the aircraft is reduced by 30%. And carbon nanotubes are also used in the electronic gadgets minimization. Instead of the wearing a vest made of the steel panels, people would start to increase the use of the carbon fiber bulletproof jackets. Carbon fiber is not only the stronger than the steel, it is also the lighter. This is because the carbon fiber is very durable and also very rugged as a material and capable of stopping bullets shot at any region. Research from the Tsinghua University in Beijing has developed a fiber that they say is so strong that it could even be used to build an elevator to space. They say just 1 cubic centimeter of the fiber made from the carbon nanotubes would not break under the weight of 160 elephants, or more than 800 tons. Talk about the types of the nanoparticles. These may be the 0-dimensional, 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, and 3-dimensional. You can see the picture over here. It's in here. 0, which is 1, 2. talk about the shapes, these can be of the form, let's say the spherical, the rods, ovals, cubic, triangular, star. There's so many. You can see the slender platelets. It is observed that the platelet-shaped particles, nanoparticles, carry maximum velocity, whereas the brick-shaped nanoparticles are the best to enhance the thermal conductivity. And spherical nanoparts are good option for them. Now, coming to the experiments, the preparation of the nanofluids in the lab. Nanofluids are not prepared simply by adding the nanoparticles into water or the oil by stirring the mixture, similar to the mixing the sugar and tea, but rather the formation of the nanofluid requires a special physical and the chemical process in order to produce the uniform and the efficient dispersion of the particles with long-term applications. Use of sufficient functionalization of the nanoparticles, control of pH and sonication are some primary approaches for stability. Nanofluids can be produced by two methods. The first one is the one-step method, and the other one is the two-step. One-step method, the single step simultaneously makes and disperses the nanoparticle directly into the base pool, and the two-step method start with the producing the nanoparticles first and then dispersing. This is basically the two-step. Nanofluids are the dilute suspension of the nanoparticles with a distinctive and enhanced stability of the nanofluids is the quantity factor which decreases the efficiency of such molecules in engineering applications. So the hurdles are obviously there, but even then they are being successively being used. This is the pictorial, say, the one-step and the two-step method. And this is, you can say, same the two methods. In the first step method, the nanomaterials such as the nanoparticles and fibers and are produced in the form of the dry powder. During the second step, the produced nanomaterials are directly dispersed into the given base fluids with the help of the dispersing device such as the magnetic stirrer, harmonizer, or using the ultrasonic devices like the ultrasonic bath, ultrasonic processing. This is, you can see the overview of some of the experimental results. You can see the ferrous oxide joined with the water is increasing the thermal conductivity by 70%. And it is being used in the hybrid power engines. This is, you can say, the utility of this nanofluid. Then the multi-wall carbonate polyflame oil has increased the thermal conductivity by the 160% being used in the you can see the usage of these nanofluids in the different daily life utilities, and you can see the enhancement of the thermal conductivity. These are the dramatic results that are being day by day, just revealing to the general public, and these nanofluids are being used for the betterment of the mankind. Similar, you can say the overview of some experiments. You can see the copper and the flying glycol and the nanoparticle size is 10 nanometer size, and the volume fraction can say the 0.3 or 3%, you can say. And the author, these are the three advancement, but the enhancement in the 30%, that is the 40%. Similar with the different experiments that has been conducted by the bunch of authors, and you can see the enhancement in thermal conductivities. Now, if we talk about the parameters that affects the thermal conductivity of the nanofluids, as you can say the volume fraction, how much you're being added, the size of the particle, the shape, the particle material that has been used, like the metals, sulfides, base fluid, and the temperature, obviously at what temperature it is being prepared, and the effect of the acidity, pH, potential of the temperature. these are the factors that will affect it. Over here, these graphs are taken from some experiment results about the volume fraction. Silver, you can see the particle volume fraction effect of the silicon in water, and similar the particle volume fraction of the silver in the water. And silver nanoparticle size is 8 to 15, and the silica is from, you can say, 28 to 8 size. And if we talk about these, there's the 6% volume fraction of the copper oxide nanoparticle in the water suspension results in an increase in the effective thermodynamic by 1.52 times that of the pure distilled water. And in another experiment, 10% of aluminum oxide nanoparticle in water increased the thermoconductivity by 1.3%. The room temperature, you can see that around 34 centimeters. And this the effect of the particle size. Smaller particle, the higher thermoconductivity, effective surface area increases, increase as the particle size decreases, and increment in the Brownian motion. The other factor that is expansion increment and size getting smaller. So once the size of the particle also matters, the smaller size will increase the and if you talk about the shapes, obviously this also affects the thermoconnectivity. The cylindrical shape and particle standard profile geometry can transport the heat rapidly over the significant distance. And high, you can say high aspect ratio nanoparticles may align parallel to the temperature gradient effect of the temperature as well. You can see from these graphs that the temperature increment reduces the viscosity of the, as we have discussed this thing in the slides, that the once temperature increases the viscosity increase for more the motion. Same volume fraction, highest temperature, highest temperature, give the high at the high temperatures. A 7 to 10% increment for the temperature ranges to the say 28%. So this is another same effect of the temperature of the multiple carbonates using water. The two different, that's you can see this is the 35 degrees Celsius and this is 45 degrees Celsius. So you can see the result at the high temperature is more. Now, coming to the features, higher thermal conduction, the particles have a large surface area which allows more transfer. The stability, the problem of the sedimentation is solved because the particle is small, they weigh less, thus the chances of sedimentation. Reduced chances of erosion. Nanoparticles are very small, hence when a part of a solid wall is very small. This reduced momentum reduces the chances of erosion of the components such as the heat exchangers, reduce pumping power. In case of the nanotubes, the required increase in pumping power will be more. Effect of the Brownian motion. Brownian motion is the random motion of the particles suspended in fluid. This random motion transported in the by the clustering of the particles. It results in fast heat transport along the relatively long distances, since heat can be conducted much faster by solid particles. The distance between these and these particles is much rapidly with clustering. Interfacial layer effects around the nanoparticles. Liquid molecules are known to form the ordered layer structures at the salt surface, and these individual layers have different thermophysical properties from the bulk, liquids, and solid particles. Because of the ordered structure of the nanolayer, it have higher thermal conductivity than the bulk. Now, this is quite interesting aspect that daily life many applications where the nanofluids are being used. The storage of the fossil fuel and the environmental considerations motivated the researcher to use the alternative energy sources such as the solar energy. Therefore, it is essential to enhance the efficiency and the performance of the system. Antibacterial activity, antifungal applications is that you can see the medical side. Sometimes of the nanoparticles can use as the antibacterial activities or the drug transmission properties. It is observed that the surface modification of the hematite nanoparticles that make them suitable for antimicrobial application as well as for other biomedical studies. Despite the continuous improvement of the fungal targeted approaches, a considerable number of therapy-associated obstacles, including poor penetration of some drugs and development of the drug resistance strains, limit the effectiveness of the fungal therapies. The ever-growing amount of the research demonstrate that a large part of these limitations might be overcome using new nanotechnology-based agents and strategies. To date, a variety of strategies, you can say the strategy in the nanomaterials are being used, including the biodegradable polymeric and the co-polymeric based structures, metallic nanoparticles, metallic nanocomposites, and liquid-based nanosystems have thoroughly been investigated and presented as innovative antifungal agents. A substantial advantage of the nano materials, focused therapy, and possibility of the administration of these agents through oral, nasal, parental, and intracellular routes, which are possible due to the small size of the. Now, engine cooling, one of the innovative technologies, is used to enhance heat transfer in the automotive car radiators by using a new type of coolant, which is called nanocoolant. In few countries, the temperature goes down to 0 degrees Celsius, where in nanocoolants, ethylene glycol or the ethylene family is used as a base food with the nanoparticle base, because the freezing point of the ethylene glycol is minus 12 degrees Celsius. Now, industrial cooling applications, thermal conductivity as well as the heat transfer coefficient is higher in the food than the base food. It has a great application in the industry. Robert, with his co-authors, started a project in 2008 that employed nanofluid for the industrial cooling that could result in the great energy saving and resulting emission reductions. For the United States industry, the replacement of the cooling and the heating water with the nanofluids has the potential to conserve 1 billion BTU of energy. Now, aerodynamic cars, in looking for ways to improve the aerodynamic design of the vehicle and subsequently the fuel economy, manufacturers must reduce the amount of energy needed to overcome wind resistance on the road. At high speeds, approximately 65% of the total energy output from a truck is expended on overcoming an aerodynamic drag. This fact is partly due to the large radiator in the front of the engine, positioned to maximize the cooling effect of the oncoming air. The use of the nanofluids as the coolants would allow for smaller size and better positioning of the radiators, owing to the fact that there would be less fluid due to the higher efficiency Coolant pumps could be shrunk and truck engines could be operated at high temperatures, allowing for more horsepower while still meeting stringent emissions standards. Now, the cooling of the, you can say, the nuclear reactors, many water-cooled nuclear power systems are critical, heat flux limited, but the application of the nanofluids can greatly improve the critical heat flux of the coolant so that there is a bottom line and economic benefit, which also raising the safety standard of the power plant systems. Another possible application of nanofluids in the nuclear system is the elevation of the postulated severe accidents, during which the core melts and relocates to the bottom of the reactor vessel. In such accidents, if such accidents occur, it is desirable to retain the molten fluid within the vessel by removing the decay heat through the vessel wall. This process is limited by the absence of the CHF on the vessel outer surface, but analysis indicates that the use of the nanofluids can increase in-vessel retention capabilities of nuclear reactors as by the 40%. Cooling of the microchips. A principal limitation on developing smaller microchips is the rapid heat dissipation. However, the nanofluids can be used for the liquid cooling of the computer processors due to their high thermal conductivities. It is predicted that the next generation of the computer chips will produce localized heat flux over 10 megawatt per meter square, with the total power exceeding 300 watt. In combination with the thin film evaporation, the nanofluid oscillating heat pipe cooling system will be able to remove the heat fluxes over 10 megawatt per meter squares and serve as the next generation cooling device which will be able to handle the heat dissipation coming from the And in the defense system, a number of the military devices and the systems require high heat flux cooling to the level of 10 of the megawatt meter per second. At this level, cooling with the conventional fluid is challenging. Examples of the military appliances, including the cooling of the power electronics and directed energy weapons. Directed energy weapons involve highest heat fluxes more than, you can say, 500 to 1000 watt per centimeter square, and providing adequate cooling of them with associated power electrons is the critical need. Nanofluids have the potential to provide the required cooling in such application as well as the other military systems, including the military, you can say the vehicles, the submarines, and the high power laser diodes. In some cases, the nanofluids research for the defense application include the multifunction nanofluids with added thermal energy storage or energy harvesting through the chemical reactions. And the cooling and the heating of the building, and various nanofluids can be employed in the, you can say, the conventional heat exchangers used in the buildings. Analysis shows that the nanofluids applications could result in volumetric flow reduction in the mass flow rate, and the pumping power savings. Nanofluids also require a smaller heating system in order to capable of delivering the same amount of thermal energy, thus reducing the size and initial cost of the equipment. This will reduce the release of the pollutants to the environment due to the reduction in the power consumption and the waste produced at the end of the heat transfer system life cycle. In cooling systems, nanofluids can be used in the place of chilled water, which is commonly used in the coils of air conditioning ducts. Nanofluids in the cameras, micro devices, different small gadgets. A new study has demonstrated that the liquid embedded with the nanoparticle show enhanced performance and stability when exposed to the electric phase which could lead to a new type of the miniature camera lenses, cell phones, displays, and other microscale fluidic devices. This study reported that this type of the study may open a new vista for using the nanotubes in the microscale and nanoscale greater devices applications. The chillers, it is reported that 40% increase in thermoconductivity for, you can say, the 4% volume fraction of the nanotube. This gives an opportunity for improving, you can say, the performance of the chillers in air conditioning systems. Surprisingly, you can say the cooling capacity of the nanofluids could be increased by 4.2% at the standard rating conditions. At 6.7% increase in the capacity was encountered at a flow rate of 60 liters per minute. The medical applications, this is a great help to the mankind as far as the nanofluids are concerned. Nanofluids have many applications in the biomedical industry. But there are some side effects in the traditional cancer treatment methods. Iron-based nanoparticles could be used as the delivery vehicles for the drugs or radiation without damaging nearby healthy tissues. Such particles could be guided in the bloodstream to a tumor using the magnets external to the body. Nanofluids could also be used for safer surgery by producing effective cooling around the surgical region and thereby enhancing the patient's chance of survival and reducing the risk of the organ damage. Magnetic nanoparticles in biofluids could be used as delivery vehicles for the drugs or radiation, providing new cancer treatment techniques. Magnetic nanoparticles absorb much more power than microparticles at AC magnetic fields tolerable to the human. Nanoparticles are more adhesive to tumor cells than normal cells. Therefore, magnetic particles excited by an AC magnetic field is promising for the cancer therapy. There is a new initiative which takes advantage of the several properties of the certain nanofluids to use in the cancer imaging. And this initiative involves the use of the iron-based nanoparticles as a drug delivery vehicle for the drugs and radiation in the cancer patients. Magnetic nanoparticles are used to guide the particles up to the bloodstream to a tumor with the magnets. It will allow the doctors to deliver high local doses for drugs or radiation without damaging nearby healthy tissues, which is a significant side effect of the traditional cancer treatment methods. In addition, you can say the magnetic nanoparticles are more adhesive to the tumor cell than the non-malignant cells, and they absorb much more power than microparticles in alternating current magnetic fields tolerable to the humans. These are results of some studies. You can see these are the particles types, the model test tube experiment. You can see, and where for the treatment, this is the photothermal hypothermia, and the result is 70 to 80%, 70 to 80 centigrade threshold reached easier with good particle loading. You can see these are the different experiments that has been made with the silica, like say, as a human clinical studies is used, and magnetic hypothermia treatment type, and you can see the effective but not selective treatment identified and used for the real time. And these are the, you can say, the different studies that are being that conducted and the treatment type. Now, challenging that the nanofruits are basically, you can say they started from 2007 till to date, you can say it's around 14 years journey. There are the still challenges that are being faced in the preparation and the construction of nanofruits. The first one is the high cost of the nanofruits. It is remarked that despite of the amazing performance of the nanoparticles to solve problems, the high cost of the nanofruits utilization is always one of the most important reasons that make the application of nanofruits in the industry. So nanofruits are a little costly as compared to the contemporary, you can say, the foods of the disagreement between most experimental data and the theoretical model predictions. Two research are being going side by side, the experimental and the theoretical, and there are the differences between the results. So this is another challenge that is being faced by the nanofoods. Although the nanofoods have displayed numerous exciting potential applications, some vital hindrances also exist before commercialization of the nanofoods. The following key issues should receive greater attention in the future. First, further experimental and theoretical research is required to find the major factor influencing the performance of the nanofoods. Up to now, there is a lack of agreement between the experiment and the theoretical results. Then coming to the challenging, that is the next is the difficulty in the production process. The manufacturing of the nanofoods has implied either a single step, as I told earlier, or the single step, the simultaneously making and dispersing the nanoparticle. The base foods are the two-step approach that involves the generating the nanoparticle and then dispersing it. Using either of these two approaches, the nanoparticles are inherently produced from the processes that involve reactions or ion exchange. Furthermore, the base foods contain other ions and reaction products that are difficult or impossible to separate from the foods. Another difficulty encountered in the nanofood manufacturing is the nanoparticle tendency to agglomerate into larger particles, which limits the benefits of the high surface area nanoparticles. And now with the stability, generally the long-term stability of the nanoparticle dispersion is one of the basic requirements of the nanofoods application. The stability of the nanoparticles has good corresponding relationship with the enhancement of the thermal conductivity. With the better the dispersion behavior, the higher thermal conductivity of nanofoods. To get stable nanofoods, physical or chemical treatments have been conducted, such as an addition of the surface and surface modification of the suspended particles, or applying strong force on the clusters of the suspended particle. Dispersing agents, surface active agents have been used to disperse fine particles of hydrophobic materials in aqueous solutions. And the thermal conductivity is an important parameter for enhancing the heat transfer performance of fluid. Many researchers have reported experimental studies on the thermal conductivity of the nanofoods. In past few years, many experimental investigations on the factors influencing the thermal conductivity, such as the influence of the nanoparticles, the base fluid, and the liquid solid interface. This is, you can say, the growing area, and there are much more research opportunities available. Like you can say the polluted over here, that's what the basic parts of this economic, as I spoke, it's not a little bit costly right now, but challenges are there to make it economical. Producing the nanoparts with a more accurate size, investigation on the environment friendly, as well as the health safety part, determining the thermal conductivity and safety. Also, I put together there are the differences between the experimental. So research on how to make a nanofoods more stable and estimation of the effective viscosity of the nanofoods. The popularity of the nanofluids can be gauged by looking at the amount of the publications that serves in this core area. And still, there is more room for the publication as well. The glimpse of the number of the publications since its inception. See over here. This is the start 1996, and over here from the decade, you can see it's a chart is showing up to 2010, and you can see the number of publications enhanced in this area. This is the, you can see the word nanofluid in the title. You can see soon around 400. Then it's from almost one publication. So next 10 years from 2010, you can say the 2008 publication on that also the past 2 years. From 4 to 6 to jump to 3,000. This is quite emerging area, and I encourage the young researchers to come into this area. Work over there. There's a huge margin of publications. Want to have the on the mechanical side, the experimental basis here. If you have the physics, mathematics, the material science, big margin of the publication. Research field in the field of nanofluids, number of articles per year. You can see this is another chart showing from the 1995 to 2020. You can see the number of publications are touching almost 39. Now, one step now, and the scientist has given the idea of the hybrid nanofluids instead of the nanofluids. What is the hybrid nanofluids? The hybrid nanofluids are defined as the nanoparticle composed of 2 or more different materials of the nanometers and dispersed into the base fluid. In nanofluid, there was one base fluid and one particle, type of particle, and over here this is 2. You can say 2 or more. Based on the result studies, it is concluded that the thermal conductivity can be significantly boosted compared to the conventional fluids or the nanofluid, and the boost is not linear, but the concentration different. Hybrid nanofluids showed the enhanced characteristics of the thermal conductivity in comparison of the conventional nanofluids. Adding hybrid nanoparticles will significantly enhance the thermal conductivity of the base fluid. In a recent search measured thermal conductivity of the silicon mixed with the water and silicon oxide with the ethylene glycol compared to the silicon and mixed with the copper and water, and silicon oxide mixed with the copper and ethylene glycol. And results are amazing that these are enhanced by 11 and 11.5% as compared. So this is a new, you can say, the concept being introduced nowadays, that is of the hybrid nanofluids instead of the. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the references. You can say this almost. Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you very much, Professor Ramzan, for a fascinating talk on nanofluids. So we have come to the Q&A session of the presentation. So we are changing it slightly from the schedule. Instead of Q&A session at the end of all three keynote addresses, we'll have it right after each talk. So if you have any question for Professor Ramzan, you can either unmute yourself to personally ask the question or type it in the chat. I'll try my best to read it out so our speaker can address them. So we actually already have 2 questions. Okay, so the first question is from Listijani from Airlangga University. So Listijani would like to ask Professor Ramzan that how nanoparticle, I'm assuming she's trying to say how nanofluids can be used for solar system. So can you give a little insight about that?
You can say in the solar plates, the one side is the adiabatic. This you can say the other one is the conductive plates, and between them there is a fluid. You can say the simple water or the ethylene glycol or whatever these are. These are simple fluids that are being used in the solar panel, but now these simple fluids are being replaced with the nano fluids. That is the composition of the nanoparticles with the base fluid, and this is enhancing the thermal conductivity, means the absorption of the more heat from the sun, and it is improving the performance of the solar systems. Obviously, I cannot predict right now if I have some experiment that I can share with you. Obviously, there is an increase in the performance of the solar panels, maybe let's say 10% or 20%. Experiments are going day by day, and it progressively, and good results are being sharing with the general public that instead of using the simple fluid, they should use the nano fluids that will enhance the performance of the solar panels. Please.
Okay, I hope Liz Jenny, Professor Ramzan answered your question. So there's another question. So okay, Yanuardi for Airlangga University. So first of all, he said thank you, Prof. Ramzan, for an interesting presentation. He would like to ask regarding the challenges of, once again, I'm assuming nanofluids in dealing with the current COVID-19 pandemic problem. So do you have any insight about that?
This is a pandemic situation is right. There are, I have seen a few papers in the recent, you can say few months, because this is the current situation and people are doing experiments and the practical worlds. And they are, you can say, trying to evolve the nanofluids in the, you can say, the therapy or the treatment of the pandemic, let's say the COVID-19 medicines or the treatments. I cannot say any particular say, because but I have seen the, you can say the, you can search on the Google's scholar as well, that the use of the nanofluids into the COVID-19 treatments. So you will find a number of papers over there regarding this one.
Okay, thank you. So we have another question. Once again, it's also from someone from Universitas Airlangga. So Umi Zubaida would like to ask that. So in your presentation, you mentioned that nanoparticle can be used in cancer treatment. I'm once again assuming nanofluids. When nanoparticle is employed to cancer student, how can this nanoparticle can be differentiated from between the cancer? How can the nanoparticle differentiate between the cancer and the normal cells in our body?
Okay, basically in the cancer treatment, we use the magnetic nanoparticles, means they use some type of, you can say, the magnetics that merge, that you can say they collect the particles at one place. These are, you can say, the bad cells that collect the bad cells at the one place, and once the drug delivery, you can say the treatment or whatever be the medicine is being injected into the body of the human, they will target exactly at the same cells which are the bad ones. And this technique is being used successfully in the daily life, where you can say the treatments of the cancer patients. And this is very renowned. This is not an old one. You can Google it and you can search that these magnetic nanoparticles are being used in the treatment of the cancer patients.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Professor Ramzan. So, okay, so there's a comment from Nanik Siti Amina. So we should thank you for your excellent and nice presentation, Prof. Mama Ramzan. She hoped that she has had time to visit the beautiful Varia University again in the future. I think this is from Professor Nani. Yeah. Okay. So there's another question. So once again, this is from Muhammad Zaki Fahmi from Universitas Airlangga. So first of all, he would like to thank you for the nice presentation. So he has two questions. One, regarding the term of nanofluid. Is it any different with the term colloid system? And second, how far the application of nanofluid in Pakistan? So would you like to comment a little bit about those two questions?
And the first, can you repeat the first question, please?
The difference between nanofluid and the term colloid system, I think colloidal system, because it's also
Colloidal
suspension
system?
of particles, right? Yeah.
Okay. Basically, the nanofluids basically the amalgamation, you can say the mixture of the base fluid, let's say the water, and the metal particles. The thermal conductivity of the metal particles. The metals means the carbides, you can say the carbides, the metals like this one. Once these particles are being injected into the common fluids, which have the relatively low thermal conductivity of these base fluids has been raised. Now this base fluids has been termed as the nanofluid now, after the insertion of these particles into the base fluid. And this simply not like this one, just we make the milkshake, let's say that just injecting the you can say the banana and the milk, and that's just on the grinder, it's just 1 2 3 and just the milkshake is ready. It's not like this one. You go for the experiment in the lab and proper on the temperature, and when this nanofluids is being prepared, then obviously this is you can say that particles does not dissolve exactly into the pieces, so they remain suspended into the fluid, and that is why they may say that the colloidal, you can say it's the same thing. You can say the nanofluids and the colloidal suspension is the same thing. It's nothing as the difference. What was the second question? If you can.
How far the application of nanofluid in your country, in Pakistan? Is it
Pakistan is basically underdeveloping country. Is not as much as, but as far as the experimental and the theoretical research is concerned, it is amazingly improving. We have the nano labs in the different university and research centers, and obviously the researchers on the theoretical side, the physicists, the mathematicians like us, and the from people from the material science, they're also working on the nanofluids. I have shown you the tendency of the research on the both areas in the experimental as well as in the theoretical side is huge, and there is a huge margin of the publications as well over there. I encourage to the listeners, the young researchers, do come into this area. You will find marginal, because it's just started in 2007. It's around 14 years back, and it has a huge margin. Now, after nanofluids, they have just introduced the terms of the hybrid nanofluids, and this is an advanced form of this one. Probably in the near future, we'll have more advanced form of this one as well. So there is a huge margin of the search as far as the experimental and the theoretical side. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so this is maybe the last question due to time constraint. So this is from Sediono from, once again, Universitas Airlangga. He would like to ask Prof about how applicated is nanotechnology to life science. I mean, is it very much applied to life science? Maybe I think he's asking in terms of nanofluids. Yeah.
Nanofluids in the life sciences. Life sciences, I have just told you, these are being successfully being used in the medical sides. Obviously, it is the life of the human being is the most precious thing, I believe. And nanofluids are being used in the treatments of the, you can say, the cancer therapy and the other treatments. And in the daily life, you can say that I have shown so many examples in the aerodynamics cars, the radiators of the you can say the car, different cars and the motor vehicles, and the in the nuclear reactors and in the microchips. Now in the microchips is also being used that the fluid is being. You can see that when we use this gadget as a laptop, it exhausts so much exhaust. If you put this one on in your lab, your lab will be hotted so much because of the heat being released from this one. So in the advanced technology, you will see, inshallah, near future that there will be the use of the nanofluids. Once the use nanofluids in these laptops like this one, the exhaust of the heat will be much lesser as compared to this one in the future. And maybe I can say with the confidence that in future, maybe the near or the far, you can say the exhaust may be eliminated from the these laptops and other gadgets like this one.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for the Q&A. But should there be any further question, I'm sure Professor Ramzan will be more than happy to answer your questions if you contact him afterwards. So once again, I would like to thank Professor Ramzan for his keynote speech. How about a round of virtual applause for him?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. You can share my email address to the participants. It's mramzan@bahria.edu.pk. A simple Ramzan, Muhammad Ramzan, mramzan@bahria.edu.pk. Just email me whatever you want to ask me. Just please, I will be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for the generosity in answering question, Professor Ramzan. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, our second keynote address for today, which will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Sahanat Prasongsok, is entitled Utilization of Plant Biomass in Thailand with Biotechnology. Before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce our esteemed speaker. Dr. Sahanat Prasongsok is currently an Associate Professor at the Plant Biomass Utilization Research Unit, Department of Botany, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University. He received his bachelor's in 1999 from KMITL, Thailand, and was a visiting scholar in the State University of New Jersey, USA, from 2001 to 2003, before obtaining his PhD in Biological Science from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, in 2004. He has won a number of awards such as Excellent Dissertation, Department of Botany, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, the Oral Presentation Award from the Society Industrial Microbiology Meeting, Anaheim, California, USA, JSPS Young Scientist from Kyoto University, Japan, Outstanding Faculty Member for Student Affairs, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University, and the Best Oral Presentation Award at the 7th International Symposium of Sustainable Humanosphere, Bogor, Indonesia, to name a few. So please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Sahanat Prasongsok.
Thank you very much for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to be a keynote speaker and to share my research. Actually, I'm also the visiting professor at USC Erlangga, and I think some of the audience are my friends and students as well. So can you please share my PowerPoint?
Okay, sure.
Okay, today my talk is about the utilization of plant biomass in Thailand with biotechnology. Actually, my research is emphasized on the plant biomass, and also we use a biotechnological tool to degrade plant biomass and also to utilize the plant biomass, and also we study the application of the plant biomass and also plant biomass associated microbes for biotechnological application. Actually, I come from the Plant Biomass Utilization Research Unit at the Department of Botany, which is now I'm the head of the department at the Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University. So my talk today is not gonna be about 1 hour, so we can have time for discussion. Next slide, please. First, I would like to introduce about the Chulalongkorn University. Chulalongkorn University is the first university in Thailand. It was founded in 1917 by King Wachiravut or King Rama VI, and named the university after his father, King Chulalongkorn or King Rama V. The university located in center of Bangkok. We have about 20 faculties and school, and the number of students is around 36,000, with undergraduate about 23,000, graduate student about 11,000, with doctoral about 3,000. Next slide, please. So let me introduce about the Plant Biomass Utilization Research Unit, or PBURU, that I am working here. The research unit has been officially established since 2004 at the Department of Botany, Faculty of Science, Chulalongkorn University. We aim to provide teaching, research, and public service for academic study and research investigation related to plant biomass utilization. As you know, that plant biomass is very important. We not only study the utilization of plant biomass, but we also study the degradation of the plant biomass by the role of the enzymes or microbes that associate with the plant biomass. So the research, we emphasize on the prospect of plant biomass for potential applications, including the significance of association between plant and fungi, fungal enzyme for plant biomass degradation, and also the product that related to the microbe associated with the plant biomass. Next slide, please. So let me introduce about the plant biomass. Actually, plant biomass is very important because it's the most abundant organic compound in the world. So the plant biomass composed mainly of cellulose, about 38 to 50%. Cellulose is a monomer, the polymer of the glucose monomer is a linear homopolysaccharide. While another component is hemicellulose. Hemicellulose is a branch heteropolysaccharide. It depends on which hemicellulose come from, like a hemicellulose from the agricultural residue or hardwood. It could be the silane backbone with the many linkage and also the branches. And if the hemicellulose come from the softwood, it could be the glucomannan as a backbone. The last major component is the lignin. Lignin is a phenylpropane unit of polymer, which is a network polymer, as you can see from the picture that lignin is a complex structure of phenylpropane. Is composed of the phenolic group and also the aliphatic group. So next slide, please. The strategy of our lab, we would like to utilize the plant biomass. The first step, in order to separate the component, we need the pre-treatment process. Cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin can be separated, and then the cellulose can be utilized into the levulinic acid, for example, by using the chemical modification. Cellulose can be extracted to obtain the cellulose powder. We can produce also the CMC, and also another part from the extraction could be the leaf protein concentrate that we can use for food and feed industry. For hemicellulose, we also can extract it from the biomass and then produce the hydrogel B, for example. So I will also introduce about this research as well. For the lignin can be modified chemically into the lignosulfonate. Then we can use this for construction material. From this component, we also can do the hydrolysis or degradation by screening or the isolate some of the bacteria and fungi from the environment in Thailand, and then screen for the enzyme production. Because we are biotechnologists, so we're gonna emphasize on the enzymes. The enzyme that degrade cellulose called cellulase. We also found that the cellulase producing fungi can also produce a cutinate enzyme that can be used in fabric modification, same as a cellulase. And cellulase also can use for de-inking application. Cellulose can be degraded into glucose, and then the glucose can be subsequently fermented into bioethanol or other value-added products. For hemicellulose degradation, in our lab, we mostly focus on the yeast-like fungus called Oreobasidium. Oreobasidium can produce silanase and then degrade silane into xylose for fermentation. And not only the silanase that they produce, the yeast-like fungus that we isolate also produce pullulan cyridophore, Oreobasidium antibiotic, beta-glucan. So in this talk, I'm not gonna mention about this application. I will mention only on the silanase and the silane degrading enzyme. The silanase can be used in biobleaching in pulp and paper industry and also for the pea treatment. For lignin degradation, lignin can be degraded by the organism called virus fungi. Virus fungi are responsible for production of ligninase enzyme, and this enzyme can be used for bioremediation, decolorization of wastewater or the dye decolorization, biopulping, and also biobleaching can be applied. Next. So this is overall of my talk today. I will talk about the plant biomass. Firstly, we have to evaluate what we have in Thailand by determining the biomass feedstock in Thailand. And then we use some of the parameters for to analyze the biomass feedstock, which one has potential for bioenergy production. And the biomass can be used for production of the biorefinery, like cellulose part, hemicellulose part, and lignin can produce some of the value-added product that can be applied in the technology. And also for the plant biomass degradation or conversion, we emphasize on the degradative microorganisms like cellulitic, bacterial fungi, hemicellulitic fungi, and also ligninolytic fungi. The enzyme that we emphasize on is like a cellulase, cutinase, hemicellulitic fungi produce silanase, and ligninolytic fungi can produce a lactase or peroxidase, such as lignin peroxidase and manganese peroxidase, and all move through the applications in biotechnology. Next. So we start with the exploration of the plant biomass feedstock in Thailand. As you know that similar to Malaysia or Indonesia, we are the tropical country, so we rich in biodiversity, including the plant biomass. So we explore throughout the country, and we collaborate with the PTT, the Petroleum Thai company, that to explore the feasibility of using biomass feedstock in Thailand for their potential uses in bioenergy, especially for bioethanol production. Next, please. We have set up the criteria for selection of potential plant biomass that could be candidates for bioenergy production. We have to consider about the biomass components, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. The second one is about the value-added component like starch or sugar that can be used for fermentation of some other value-added products. Some value-added products that we can produce from the biomass, such as cellulose powder, the enzyme, the xylitol, lignosulfonate polymer that can be used in food and feed industry. The fourth one is about the theoretical ethanol yield that we can calculate from the cellulose component of the biomass. The number 5 is about level and stage of technology for bioconversion. It's very important because in Thailand, we need to develop the bioconversion process as well. Like we should consider about the enzyme for the biomass conversion and then to produce bioenergy or value-added product. Supply also important in terms of qualitative, like the textures of the biomass, the weight of the biomass. Definitely, we have to consider about the moisture content of the biomass. Quantitative analysis, we can access the availability of the biomass in terms of the weight per area or something like that. And then the policy system, like a policy analysis system, we can do the analysis of the biomass for the appropriation for using as a substrate. For the economic consideration number 7 also important, like transportation costs. And the very important one is about the competition with food and feed, because we don't want to use the biomass that have the competition with food or feed industry. So the social acceptance and government policy is very important, especially in Thailand. The government policy need to be consistent and also has to emphasize and drive the technology to utilize the biomass, and also the side push from the scientific community also important. Next, please. So we categorize the plant biomass into 3 groups, like weed, because we have some of the invasive weed, non-invasive weed, sterility, such as a cattail, panicum, water hyacinth that actually we obtain from the Indonesia, and also the vetiver grass. So some of these tropical weed can be utilized because it's left by not using this for anything. So we can utilize it and then make it to be more valuable. For the crop plants, we need to concern about the cost, also the supply, and definitely the competition with food and feed also should be considered. There are a number of the crop plants in Thailand that can be used for bioenergy production, like sugarcane, rice, in terms of rice straw, agave plant, and also the corn, definitely. The last category is the agricultural residue and industrial waste. So the industrial waste, we need the integration with the industrial sector, such as like in the pulp and paper industry. We have like pulp and paper waste that can be used for bioenergy production. Definitely, we have to consider about the raw material that like newspaper, eucalyptus pulp, or even the municipal waste that we can collect it and then use it for bioenergy production. Next, please. So we determine the yield of the biomass for the agricultural crop. The fresh weight, like a kilogram per rice, a Thai area is about, I'm not sure about the hectare, but in terms of this, we can compare the biomass yield, like from agave, sugarcane, cassava, corn, and rice. Agave contain the highest fresh weight. And for the municipal solid waste, paper waste, we have about 100,000 tons per year. So I think we can use it. For the wheat, for the tropical wheat, cattail contain the highest fresh weight. So compared to the others like guinea grass, giant-sensitive plant, white cane, water hyacinth, white popinac, taurine, coconut grass, cyperus, napier grass, vetiver grass, and chin grass. So cattail could be one of the candidate that gave the highest biomass yield. Next, please. So the composition is also important, not only the yield. So we determine the component, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin content of each biomass. Agave contain very high cellulose content, about 45% of cellulose, and lignin about 21. For the sugar cane, contain about 40 something as well, but we can use other kind of several parts of sugar cane, like leaf, bagasse, or stem. Rice, corn, and cassava also contain a number of the cellulose content that we can use. For municipal solid waste, paper pulp definitely contain very high cellulose because it's obtained from the process in pulp and paper industry. Next, please. For the wheat, interestingly, we can get cellulose from, wide range of the tropical weed, starting from 21 to 42 cellulose content. Hemicellulose is another part that interesting as well, that we can use it for pentose, sugar substrate, and lignin contain around 8 to about 11. But for the bioethanol production, we will calculate the theoretical yield from cellulose mainly. Next, please. So we calculate the ethanol theoretical yield. We call the ethanol that calculate from cellulose is cellulosic ethanol. Cellulosic ethanol can be converted by using the factor about 0.5 from the cellulose component. When we convert, according to the cellulose content, we can get around 20 to maximum from the crops. But from the municipal waste, we can get about 37 kilogram per 100 kilogram of biomass. Next, please. For the tropical weed, white cane that contain the highest cellulose content will give the highest theoretical ethanol yield. But for the cyperus that contain the lowest cellulose content, will give about 11 kilogram per 100 kilogram of biomass. Next, please. So let me conclude this part about the potential feedstock. Actually, in Thailand is a country that has a variety of potential biomass for bioenergy production, especially for bioethanol production. There are some potential candidates that can use for biomass conversion for bioenergy production. Agricultural crops, we have cassava, sugarcane, and rice. Actually, even agave contains the highest cellulose content, but in terms of the yield and availability, sugarcane would be more suitable based on the biomass yield and theoretical ethanol yield. For the wheat, Guinea grass and cattail, because we can find Guinea grass and cattail abundantly in Thailand, so we can use this as a potential feedstock to be a good candidate. So for the waste, pulp and paper waste, definitely, because it's contained a very high cellulose content. It's a waste from the pulp and paper company, so we can use this for bioenergy production. So next would be about the utilization of the plant biomass. We use a biorefinery concept. In biorefinery concept, almost all the type of biomass feedstock can be converted to different classes of biofuel and biochemicals through jointly applied conversion technologies. In our platform, we utilize the plant biomass to produce lead protein concentrate. Cellulose can be used for production of cellulose powder. For cellulose and lignin, we also can use it for UV protecting film that I'm going to mention about this today later. Hemicellulose silane can be used for hydrogel bead production. Lignin can be used for sodium lignosulfonate that can be used for construction material. Next, please. Cellulose powder actually can be applied into many industry, like building chemicals, ceramics, and refractories, chromatography, cosmetics, detergent and soap, inside production, food, ice cream, laters, pens, paper, pharmaceutical, definitely, plastic, plywood, rubber, and textile, and welding electrode. So we extract the cellulose from water hyacinth that we obtain the good cellulose powder. So apart of the cellulose powder, we can get the protein concentrate. These are all work from Professor Hansa that work on the lead protein concentrate. from water hyacinth. And this LPC can be used for food or feed industry. Next, please. The recent research that I have one student from Mulawaman University, Indonesia, we determined the use of the oil palm anti-food branch. This collaborated with Dr. Rico Ramadan from USS Air Lanka as well. We extract the anti-food branch, oil palm anti-food branch, by using the sulfuric acid pretreatment and alkali extraction with hydrogen peroxide bleaching, and we obtain the EFB, the anti-food branch cellulose, and then we can use this cellulose for CMC synthesis. And EFB CMC has some, and we can cast this as a film, and has a property with the, we determine the surface wettability, thickness, all mechanical properties, also water vapor permeability. And we found that the EFB CMC, and also we incorporate with lignin. And this film also has the property comparable to the film that we obtain from the commercial compound. When we add the lignin that we extracted from the EFB, we obtain the EFB CMC film that had high antioxidant activity and also the total UV blocking capacity. When we add lignin into the film at the concentration of 0.2%, we can contribute reach the highest antioxidant activity and also the total UVA and UVB blocking performance. We determine this property in Japan with collaboration with Kobayashi Sensei at Nagaoka University of Technology. So next, please. And we, this study, we promote a straightforward method to valorize the otherwise unprofitable EFB waste for commercial process development in the future, especially to produce a biodegradable UV protection packaging film. For future potential application of this film, we can use for active packaging film for low moisture food products, and also for edible and water soluble herbal medicine packaging. Why we interesting in this? Because the film is biodegradable and also have the UV protection property, antioxidant property, and it's come from the green industrial technology. So to protect the food from fat oxidation, vitamin or color loss, and also adverse effect on the taste due to the UV radiation. We published this work recently in ACS Omega. Next, please. For the hemicellulose part, we can extract silane. We use substrate as black liquor because black liquor is come from the pulping process in pulp and paper industry. We obtain the black liquor from the pulp and paper company and then extract silane from black liquor, and then we use silane to modify the silane with citric acid and then cross-link with the polyvinyl alcohol to be the matrix for enzyme immobilization. And then we immobilize the enzyme lactase with the modified silane PVA, and then we optimize the ability of the immobilized enzyme for decolorization of reactive black files. We optimize using the response surface methodology. And we found that at 4% of silane and 10% PVA with lactase about 15 units per ml is the optimum condition for the lactase entrapment for decolorization of reactive black file, which is an azo dye that used a lot in the textile industry, like in batik industry. So we have collaboration with Professor Imai at the Yamaguchi University. Next, please. For the another part is a lignin. We extract lignin from the back liquor from pulp and paper industry as well, and we use lignin for the modification using the formaldehyde and sodium sulfide for sulfonation reaction in order to obtain the sodium lignosulfonate. This sodium lignosulfonate was determined the structure by using the IR spectrum, and then we use this for the water reducing admixture for concrete. We can reduce the water uses by incorporating sodium lignosulfonate into the concrete mixture. Next, please. Let's move to the conversion and degradation of plant biomass. Fungi are the main degraders of the plant biomass in nature, and as such have an essential role in the global carbon cycle and ecology in general. The enzyme system employed by the fungi for these are broadly used in various industrial sectors, such as in food and feed, pulp and paper, detergents, textile, and more recently in biofuels and biochemicals production. As you can see from the picture in the right-hand side, the lignocellulose contain three major parts, major components, cellulose, hemicellulose, and lignin. The lignin can be removed or can be separated by using the pretreatment process or the enzyme that can use for lignin degradation called ligninase enzyme. And the two parts, cellulose and hemicellulose, can be converted into the monomeric sugar like cellulose or glucose. Next, please. For the first part is about the cellulose degradation. The enzymes that are responsible for degradation called cellulase. It is an old work from Professor Hansas working on the cellulitic fungi for the bioconversion of fiber from agave, Cysalana. That in Thailand, we have agave Cysalana plantation in the northeastern part of Thailand, and we isolate the fungus that produce a cellulase enzyme, and then later we identify as Acrophylophora species. And this strain is very interesting because at 45 degrees Celsius, it can grow and produce detectable cellulose activity, the FPS activity about 0.3 unit per ml, while Trichoderma raceyi, the commercial strain for cellulase producer, cannot do it. This strain and Saccharomyces together in the simultaneous saccharification and fermentation can give the maximal ethanol yield about 0.1 gram per gram and 0.17 gram per gram with agave fiber and also the filter paper as substrates, respectively. Next, please. We also not only study the fungi, we also has the work on the Lysobacter recently in 2016. We have collaboration with Rutgers State University of New Jersey in USA with Professor Kobayashi and Professor Evely. And we report first time for the Lysobacter enzymogenase that produce a bifunctional endoglucanase activity towards CMC and also the chitosan. And the maximum activity of the enzyme toward the CMC was obtained at 30 degrees Celsius for 48 hours. And the maximum activity towards chitosan were obtained at 30 degrees Celsius as well, just only 24 hours. The strain that we found, the L enzymogenase 521, has higher growth rate than CMCS and chitosanase activity compared to those of the standard strain, which is a temperate enzymogenase C3 at all incubation temperature and especially at the temperature between 33 and 39. So that is could be confirmed to be the good character of the tropical isolate. Next, please. For the hemicellulitic enzyme, the enzyme that responsible for the hemicellulose degradation, there are two enzymes that mainly degrade hemicellulose. The first one is the endo-1,4 beta-silanase, and the second one is the beta-silosidase. The beta-silanase can degrade randomly the silane structure, and then the beta-silosidase can later degrade the oligomer of the silooligosaccharide into siloid molecule. We study the enzyme silanase and beta-silosidase from the yeast called Oreobasidium. We have tropical isolates of a number of the tropical isolates of Oreobasidium, and then we construct the multi-locus phylogenetic analysis by using the several loci of the gene, and then we found some of the clades that produce the high silanase activity, so we can use this strain in the clades to determine the enzyme production. Why the enzyme from Oreobasidium is interesting? Because the silanase is a cellulase-free silanase, so it's very appropriate for pulp and paper industry. And it's thermoactive, is the enzyme active at high temperature. That's so far only reported from the tropical strains. And enzyme can be produced when culture Oreobasidium pullulans in agricultural waste. So next, please. The first study about the endo-beta-1,4 silanase from one strain of Oreobasidium that we screened it from our culture collection, the CBS 135 6X4. This strain produced the enzyme at optimum condition at 70 degrees Celsius at PS 6. Very interesting because it's active at high temperature. But at these 70 degrees, the enzyme was not that stable. So we tried to improve this property by incorporating the polyol compounds such as glycerol, mannitol, ethylene glycol, xylitol, and sorbitol. And we found that the sorbitol could help the stability of the enzyme at 70 degrees Celsius PS6. And you can see that the enzyme remained about 80% after 180 minutes. So we use the enzyme also for the application in biotechnology. We use this for bleaching in rice straw pulp, and we compare the enzyme bleaching with the hydrogen peroxide bleaching. And surprisingly, the enzyme could enhance the ability of the pulp brightness from like a 55 to about 60, 63. And also we incorporate the sorbitol into the system, and the brightness also higher in comparison with the hydrogen peroxide treatment. But also we surprisingly found that the tear index of the pulp, the paper that from the bleached pulp could reach higher compared to the hydrogen peroxide pretreatment from 6 to about 12 or 13. Next, please. We also optimize the enzyme production. Among 11 variables, the nutrient source that has significant effect on silanase production, like Confercnce, ammonium sulfate, xylose, or potassium dihydrogen phosphate, and twin 80 were identified from the initial screening method of Plackett-Berman experimental designs. And we optimized the enzyme production, and we found that the maximum production of silanase could obtain about 8.74 unit per ml, which is higher 2.14 compared to the original one. And the system that we use a response surface methodology for optimization of the enzyme production. Next, please. The enzyme not only used for the pulp and paper industry, we also use the enzyme for production of silo-oligosaccharide. As I mentioned before about the wheat that we found in the fish stock in Thailand, we collect some wheat and then determine the component, and we select some that contain the high hemicellulose that can use as a substrate for silane extraction. So we extract the silane from some of the tropical wheats and then use it as a substrate for silanase degradation. And these silanase from this strain produce only the silanase enzyme, not the beta-silosidase. So we can produce the silo-oligosaccharide like a silobiose and silotriose that can use as a prebiotic that stimulate the growth of the lactobacillus, which is the probiotic bacteria, compared to the beta-glucan commercial and also the one without the supplementation. We published this in Tree Biotech, which I'm now the associate editor. So if someone would like to submit into Tree Biotech journal, so you can contact me. Next, please. Another enzyme, which is beta-silosidase. Beta-silosidase is not the extracellular enzyme compared to the silanase. It is a cell-associated or intracellular enzyme. Next, please. We determine the beta-silosidase production and also the purification by using several steps like DEC, Cephroq, FastFlow, and also we can obtain the purified enzyme. Next, please. We used column chromatography and then we got the pure enzyme at about 172 kilodalton. We got the enzyme with the specific activity about 163 units per milligram, and the final enriched enzyme show a single band at 172 kilodalton. And different insights between these enriched beta-silosidase from our strain compared to those previously reported from other strain of Orobasidium, like at 88 kilodalton, imply that this enzyme might be the distinct enzyme. Next, please. We determined the property of the enzymes, and we found that the beta-silosidase enzyme from our strain active at 70 degrees Celsius and pH 6. And the enzyme was found to be stable at 50 to 60 degrees Celsius with more than 80% of its original activity after 18 hours of incubation. And the half-life of the purified enzyme at 70 degrees was around 10 hours. The enzyme was not significantly affected by the presence of the test ion, but except for copper that reduced the enzyme to 80%. Next, please. So we also test the effect of organic solvent on the activity of the enzyme. And we found that some of the enzyme that some of the solvent like methanol, ethanol, the enzyme was not significantly inhibited and retained more than 80% of its original activity in the presence of 30% of ether alcohol. So we add the alcohol into the enzyme. So we found that the enzyme in the alkyl chain length of the alcohol can increase, Okay, next, please. So we determine the substrate specificity and kinetic analysis of the beta-silosidase enzyme, and we compare to silobiose. The enzyme exhibit a significantly higher activity toward PNPX, but notably less toward silotriose and silotetraose. The enzyme was also able to hydrolyze silobiose, although at a much lower amount. Next, please. We studied the effect of the silose concentration on the activity of the enriched beta-silosidase. In the presence of the monosaccharide like glucose, arabinose, mannose, and xylitol at different concentration from 1 to 70 millimolar did not significantly inhibit the beta-psilocybate activity. The enzyme was completely inhibited by 50 millimolar of xylose, which is quite very high. We can calculate the Ki and from the Dixon plot and also the Km and Vmax, and we found the xylose was the xylose did not significantly modify the Km when pH was used as a substrate for this. So this suggests a non-competitive inhibition. Next, please. So we compare our beta-psilocybase from our strain, the 1356S4, and we found that our study has quite distinct from the other study, so the enzyme could be novel. Next, please. So we determine the beta-psilocybase encoding gene and the deduced amino acid sequence of the beta-psilocybase gene product was about 55% and 49% identical to the strain in the gene bank, ATCC 20524 and thallalomyces. Next, please. So we incorporate this enzyme for synergistic with the silanase for silane hydrolysis. We use silane from the back liquor and then we incorporate the enzyme to help for degradation of the silane that we obtain from the pulp and paper industry. And we could do the RSM response surface methodology to optimize the maximum xylose yield. We obtain about 0.8 gram per gram of the xylose, which is about 80%, under 16 unit per gram of silanase and 6 unit per gram of beta-psilocybase. Incubate at 70 degrees Celsius for 4.5 hours. Next, please. And then we published this in Applied Microbiology, Applied Biochemistry and Biotechnology by collaboration with Professor Rinji Akada at Yamaguchi University. Next, please. For the lignin degrading enzyme, white rot fungi are efficient microorganisms that completely degrade complex structure like lignin by ligninase enzyme that contain 3 main enzymes, including lactase, lignin peroxidase, and manganese peroxidase. The enzyme can be used for bioremediation, biopulping, and biobeating. So next, please. We start with the collection of the white rot fungi, and then we use it for detoxification to degrade the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon, and then for decolization, like in pulp mill wastewater, and then for black liquor and also synthetic dye in the textile industry. Next, please. Yeah, you can see that we can degrade the PAH, which is carcinogenic from the incomplete burning of the organic compound that create the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. The larger compound, the larger structure of the compound could lead to the severe carcinogenic agent. Next, please. So we, the first study is about we isolate the Ganoderma lucidum in Thailand, and then we use for the PAH degradation, we produce a lactase enzyme that could degrade 16 type of the PAH even without the mediator. So we collaborate this research with Professor Kurt Messner at Vienna University of Technology in Austria. Next, please. We isolate more of the white rot fungi. This one is Pycnoporus coccinus, and this strain could produce a maximal extracellular lactase and manganese peroxidase activity in the culture medium, and you can see the optimal condition of the highest enzyme activity of the lactase and manganese peroxidase. Next, please. And then we use the enzyme to degrade the PAH. 5 of the PAH that could be degraded by the enzyme. So the degradation of PAH by the crude lactase from pignoporus, even with or without mediator. Next, please. For the pulp mill wastewater, we also have a collaboration with Imai Sensei at Yamaguchi University. We can decolorize the pulp mill wastewater that we obtain from the company to test the thermal Holland virus fungi that we isolate in Thailand called Didaliopsis. This strain could decolorize both wastewater from pulping process and also together from pulping and paper recycling process. Next, please. And yeah, you can see here not only the CO the color that reduced by using the enzyme or the viral fungi, but also the COD reduced by this enzyme. You see, when we compare to the control, the COD about 4,000 reduced by using this fungus Didaliopsis down to about 1,000. Next, please. So another strain that we explore is Phanerochaetes sordida. This one is very difficult because it's not produce the fruiting body as other viral fungi. This is the resupinate viral fungi. We are the group that challenged to study these because it's very, very difficult to identify these viral fungi. We have to collaborate with the National USC Museum in Taiwan, so we can get the strain Phanerochaetes sordida, and this strain effectively decolorize the RB5, the azodide, and produce the very high lignin peroxidase activity. Next, please. So we study the condition for the decolorization, and also we test the toxicity of the degradation product. You can see here we can do the biodegradation completely within 3 days, and also we determine the structure, the compound that degrade for the toxicity, and we found that the metabolite that come from the degradation were not toxic to plants. Next, please. Yeah, we test the degradation product against the 3 plants, Physiolus, sorghum, and also semeans. And we found that some of the metabolite even induce the growth of the plant. Next, please. So I think that's all my talk, and definitely we cannot accomplish the research without the partnership, especially in even domestic and other countries in the world, like USA with Rutgers University, USDA, Louisiana State University, in Japan at Yamaguchi University, Kyoto University, in Malaysia at UPM, and actually I have the collaboration with Dr. Madiha Saleh at UTM as well. In Indonesia, definitely we have a lot of collaboration with USAID Erlangga, Mulawaman University, Brawijaya University, ITS, and Waha University, with strong collaboration with Korea University, and also Hankook University and University of Suwon in Korea. In Vietnam, we have Hanoi University of Natural Science Technology. And we have a collaboration with CBS, the Yeast Culture Collection in Netherlands. Next, please. That's the team of the plant biomass utilization research unit, we have one emeritus professor Hansa Punapiyak, who is adjunct professor at UNE, and our team PhD student. I have one student from UNE, Dewi Kusmawuyani, and also the MS student from Indonesia. Actually, I have recently 3 students, but I will receive another 4 students from Indonesia. Next, please. So without the scholarship, so we cannot finish our work and publish the work. So I acknowledge all. And last slide. Next, please. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sahanet, for such an insightful talk. So we'll now begin the Q&A session. As usual, if you have any questions for Dr. Sahanet, please unmute yourself or type them in the chat. I'll try my best to read them out. I'm confident Dr. Sahanet is looking forward to answering any questions you might have. We actually already have 2 questions, so I'll read out the first one, okay? This is from Ayunil. So first of all, she would like to thank you for your excellent presentation. So she would like to ask a question to Dr. Sahanet. Is there any characteristic difference between cellulose extracted from plants and bacteria? So if there is, can you please do a little bit of explanation about that?
Okay. In terms of the cellulose from plant and bacteria are different. You know, cellulose can be extracted from plant and also from the bacteria like Acetobacter xylenum. But the difference is in terms of the DP. DP is the degree of polymerization. The bacterial cellulose contains shorter DP compared to the plant cellulose.
Okay, so thank you for the short and concise explanation. So the next one. So this is from Ronani. So she said, thank you, Professor Sahanet, for a comprehensive and excellent presentation. I agree. So thank you. Thank you also for the collaboration so far with the Faculty of Science and Technology UNE. So her question is, how long did it take for your research group to build up to the amazing results that it is now? What are the main keys to achieving this kind of success?
Yeah, I think you know, research takes time, you know, and also the budget is also important. Facilities, you know, and also the collaboration with the, you know, different counterparts like in Thailand or other countries. You know, I think we take quite, you know, 10-20 years and so on. So, and I think it's important is the honesty for the, you know, you doing research. Sometimes we fail to get some result, but you know, we can discuss and then come, you know, we need help, you know, sometimes assistance from the friends, you know, counterparts. I think it's important, especially in ASEAN country, you know, like in Malaysia, Indonesia. I have a lot of collaboration in Malaysia and Indonesia. I think we share the same resource, you know, and we should, you know, establish like the consortium together and to collaborate together because we are very close, you know, and then so we can share the knowledge from each other. I think it's very important. Yeah, and I think I would agree to, you know, to have like a, you know, ASEAN country or even the Asia, you know, because I'm the member of the Asian Federation of Biotechnology. So we should have like that platform to share the research, and then, you know, that could build a lot of new knowledge together, exchange the professors, students. I think that would be fascinating to see the future. Yeah.
Very sound advice and steps that we could all take. Collaboration is the key. I agree. So is there any more question for Dr. Sahanet? Okay. So looks like that will be the end for the session by Dr. Sayanat. So once again, I would like to convey our sincerest appreciation to Dr. Sayanat for his keynote speech and for addressing all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we have now reached our last, but not at all the least, keynote address for today, which I have to admit is someone who is very close to my heart. This keynote speech will be delivered by my mentor and PhD supervisor, Professor Dr. Bunsho Otani from Hokkaido University, Japan, entitled Identifications of Solids for True Designs and Precise Characterization of Functional Materials. Once again, before I pass the floor to Professor Otani, allow me to briefly introduce our speaker. The research work on photocatalysis by Professor Otani started in 1981 when he was a PhD student in Kyoto University. Since then, he has been studying photocatalysis and related topics for more than 30 years and published more than 300 original papers with an astounding H index of 71 and
Actually, 40 years.
Sorry, oh,
actually, more than 40 years.
Oh my, even more impressive, Sensei. Okay, so I'm sorry for discounting the 10 years.
No. My fault.
No. And he has also published 2 single-authored books. So after obtaining his PhD from Kyoto University in 1985, Professor Otani became an assistant professor in the university. In 1996, he was promoted to associate professor in the Division of Chemistry, Graduate School of Science, Hokkaido University, and was then awarded a full professor position in Catalysis Research Center, presently known as Institute for Catalysis, Hokkaido University, in 1998. For the education of graduate students, Professor Otani's laboratory belongs to the Graduate School of Environmental Science, Hokkaido University, since 1999. He was awarded the 2005 Scientific Achievement Award from the Electrochemical Society of Japan, the Japanese Photochemistry Association Award in 2006, Catalysis Society of Japan Award in 2013, the Japanese Photochemistry Association Lectureship Award in 2017, and the Award of Electrochemical Society of Japan, Takei Award, in 2018. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Professor Bunsho Otani to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you very much for very kind introduction. So I will share the screen. Wait for a moment. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for listening, joining, and I will talk about the materials. The previous 2 talks, of course, they introduce the very unique materials, the nano fluid, including nanoparticles, and the biomaterials, mass materials. Okay, so almost all of you studying in the field of something, in any field, the materials are used, and most of them are solid material. Yes, and probably you have some experience to see such a title: Design of Material, Synthesis, Fabrication of Materials, Characterization of Materials, and Quality Control of Materials. Yes, and of course I have, and also Sheila has some papers with a title including those terms: design, fabrication, characterization of something, materials. Yes, but that might be illusion unless identified that those materials And it is true in the field of organic chemistry, that is illusion. So it is necessary to identify to report the synthesis or characterization of organic compound. So without identification, no paper cannot be published in those journals in the field of organic chemistry. And in that identification, it is necessary to make some experiment, elemental analysis, and the data must be within 0.3% error. Is the general standard for elemental analysis results. And this shows the composition and the purity of organic compounds. And another important analysis is the nuclear magnetic resonance spectrum. So this shows the skeleton, how the carbon atoms are interconnected. So by combining these two data, it is believed to that possible to identify organic compounds. So that is very, very severe barrier for publication. If you have some experience of publication of your results in the field of organic chemistry, the process of identification is so tough, not so easy. So elemental analysis within 0.3% error, that requires probably several times decrystallization. So that is very, very tough. And then, so this is the NMR. So this is the fluorine as a product of photocatalytic reaction by titanium oxide. And the upper panel, this is the results obtained the fluorine NMR. And this is the authentic sample. And you can see those two patterns are almost the same. And therefore, it is possible to say that the product, this product is fluorine, this one. So it is very, very convenient. So 15 years ago, we don't have such an instrument. So therefore, the identification was so tough. So then, so this is the very famous toxin, and this is the largest molecule ever human being synthesized, probably. And this compound has been identified at least twice. One is this compound is extracted from the sea animal. I don't know the name of that sea animal, but that is extraction and purified and reported. And at that time, the identification was made. And the second time, the one Japanese famous organic chemistry professor, Professor Kishi, totally synthesized this compound and reported. And of course, at that time, this is identified. And what is the meaning of identification? The palytoxin is a conventional name, and true name, sorry. True name, sorry, is this. So this is the correct name of this compound. And important point is this name, sorry, this name is unique. So this name only shows this structure. No other structure is shown by this name. So that means to put a unique name reflecting the structure is identification. So it is necessary to put the correct name showing the precise structure of that compound. That is identification. So then titanium oxide. Now, probably you know that such a very, very convenient and very famous and very useful compound. And what's the name of this? Titanium oxide. Yes. And the titanium oxide only shows the composition, TiO2. But nobody checked the composition of TiO2. And probably the X-ray diffraction analysis shows the crystalline structure, anatase, rutile, or brookite. So therefore, they call this titanium oxide without checking the composition. But that is accepted. That is completely different from the situation in organic chemistry. So then the organic chemistry must get angry for that inorganic chemists need not to identify those materials. But it is okay because IUPAC, International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, they publish, they recommended the inorganic nomenclature, that is putting a name of inorganic compounds. And for solid, in general, the fully systematic name can be difficult to construct. So that means the name reflecting the correct structure is very, very difficult. So we need not to identify any inorganic solid material. So this is approved by IUPAC. But that is so inconvenient. And why we cannot put the correct name on those inorganic solid material? The reason is very simple. First, we need to determine the bulk structure. Yes. And probably if you have experience to use the solid material, it is easy to check the bulk structure. However, this is only limited to crystalline. For amorphous part, if the material contains amorphous phase, it is indescribable. And even though there is some non-crystalline part in your sample, still how much those in non-crystalline phase and what is the real structure of those amorphous phase? So we don't know. So it is very, very difficult to describe. That is indescribable. And even if we obtain the structural information on bulk, the surface structure must be determined. And the surface must be so much complicated. And it is no way to describe the surface structure. And of course, there is some distribution, not a single surface structure. So many kinds of surface structure there, and the distribution must be there. So this is also indescribable. So therefore, it is impossible to put a name. And even if we can determine the bulk and the surface structure, still we need to determine the size. And of course, you know, size has distribution for solid materials, not the single size materials. So therefore, this is also less describable. So therefore, of course, we cannot, almost impossible to put a name for solid materials. And another important point is for the solid material analysis. So many analytical methods. And this is categorized into the surface or bulk or macroscopic or microscopic. And as you see, for surface analysis, only microscopic analysis are there. It is impossible to have macroscopic information of surface structure. No way, no analytical method. There are some analytical methods showing the macroscopic information on surface, but they are limited. For only the limited kind of material can be analyzed by using those techniques. So therefore, we don't have macroscopic surface analysis. This is the one of the reasons why we cannot identify solid materials. And then the solid material, for example, powders, we measure. Only we can measure and show in the literature is crystalline phase, primary particle size, secondary particle size, or distribution, and the specific surface area. And here, the specific surface area, this term contains surface, but this doesn't contain any information on surface structure, just showing the surface size. Even if the surface structure is a bit different, if the particle size is the same, the specific surface area must be the same. So therefore, we cannot obtain any structural information on surfaces. That's a problem. That means that this is the Japanese sweet, manju, called manju. And inside, that's the sweet paste. And outside, the very, the variety of outside surfaces, covers. And what we see for solid material is only the size and bulk structure. So that means if the bulk, the inside, the sweets is the same kind, all these sweets are the same. So that is the situation we have in solid material analysis. Probably you know him. Do you know him? And probably, I think you know him. And do you think those two guys are identical? Do you think yes or no? Yes, surely I think yes, because thin hair, wireframe glasses, gray beard and mustache, and ring on third finger, and the black turtleneck sweater and handsome. So 6 parameters the same. 6 parameters the same. So those two guys must be identical. Do you believe? Probably you don't believe. But if I show the fingerprints of those two guys, you should believe those two guys are identical. And if the fingerprints are different, you can understand those two guys are different. Okay, so fingerprint. Fingerprint doesn't give any information, just a pattern. But fingerprint can identify the person. 15 years ago, when I was a graduate student, the identification of organic compounds or even inorganic compounds, the IR, infrared spectroscopy, is a very, very powerful and almighty technique. And at that time, it is well known that the fingerprint region in IR spectrum, if the fingerprint region, the peak and peak intensity, this pattern in this range was the same, the compound must be the same. And if you obtain the IR spectrum like this, it can be citric acid. So this is a fingerprint. At that time, nowadays it is almost okay, but not, at that time, it is impossible to say why these peaks appear in this position and why those intensity is obtained. However, this is just a fingerprint, so no need to say something why those peaks appear. This can be used for fingerprint. So therefore, it is possible to identify this. So then we can analyze those solid material in like this, but without using those conventional analytical method. If we have fingerprints for those materials, it is possible to identify those solid inorganic compounds. And one candidate for as a fingerprint is ERDT-CBB pattern. If this can be a fingerprint, it is possible to identify solid compounds. Now, what is ERDT-CBB? Energy reserved distribution of electron traps. That is, the electron trap is a vacant electronic states, and the distribution, the states, the energy distribution of those vacant electronic states. That is ERDT. And the conduction band bottom, CBB, that is the bottom of conduction band. So conduction band, valence band, conduction band bottom position, energy. So combining these two, ERDT and CBB, that is a kind of pattern, and that can be used as a fingerprint for identification of inorganic compounds such as metal oxide powders. So how can we obtain the ERDT-CBB pattern? This is we developed the new method, reversed double beam photoacoustic spectroscopy, RDB pass. The two beams, double beam, two beams are used. One beam is to be used for excitation of electron in valence band directly to electron trap, because electron trap is vacant electronic states. So it is possible to excite electron in valence band into electron trap directly. And if the electron is excited to electronic states, electron trap, this produces the absorption, new absorption. So second beam is used to detect this newly appearing photoabsorption. So one beam is to excite, but another beam be used for detection of accumulated electron in electron traps. And excitation light is scanned, wavelength scanned from lower energy side, that is longer wavelength side, to shorter wavelength side, the higher energy side. So the lower energy electron traps are filled and then accumulated to go over to the higher electron traps. So this is a real setup. The sample, if that is a powder, like XRD, this sample folder is filled with powder sample and then set in the cell, and combining the two beams to irradiate the sample in the sample cell, a photoacoustic cell with microphone. And actually, as I told you, the scanning from longer wavelength side to shorter wavelength side, this gives the accumulation curve. This is the relative value. And then this is the accumulation. So therefore, differentiation is made to obtain the energy distribution of electron traps. So this is the real electron trap distribution as a function of energy of exciting light. And this is the relative value, but this can be converted into absolute value by using the coefficient, using the another technique to obtain the total density of electron trap. And then using the same setup, the band gap energy is obtained by the absorption spectrum like this, and absorption edge wavelengths we determine, and this is the band gap. And the band gap is the conduction band bottom position in difference to valence band top position. So therefore, this CBB position can be, this line can be plotted with the same plot of energy reserved distribution of electron trap, that is ERDT. So this is the commercial titanium sample results. And another conventional technique shows the specific surface area and crystalline structure anatase with small amount of rutile. But without knowing those conventional analytical results, the total density 152 and the ERDT pattern and the CBB, by using this pattern, it is possible to identify this compound without any, without the other analytical results, as I show you later. And this is a representative titanium oxide results. Anatase A, rutile R, and brookite B. And ERDT, the pattern, and the CBB, the line, and TD, total density number. Those features are different depending on the bulk structure, anatase, rutile, and brookite. And anatase with small amount of rutile with small amount of anatase, those mixtures show a bit different, the patterns. And probably you think that this is due to the bulk crystalline structure. However, completely amorphous material, previously we can obtain this amorphous, completely amorphous, no XRD peak, but the composition is TiO2. This amorphous also shows this pattern. So therefore, not only crystalline, but also amorphous, not limited to crystalline material, it is possible to obtain this ERDT CBP pattern. And the important point is the plot of total density of electron traps against specific surface area. That is a bit difficult to say this is linear line, but almost it is possible to say that the tendency that with the increase of specific surface area, the total density is increasing. And the rough estimation of this slope gives the rough estimation of density, surface density of electron trap by that is 1 electron trap per square nanometer. Yes. And the important point is this tells the ERDT pattern shows the surface traps because those electron traps are almost located on the surface. And also the electron trap on the surface is not a point defect. That might be due to the surface reconstruction structure. So therefore, this shows the surface characteristics. So then, for example, the anatase samples with different particle size or specific surface area. So CBB position is almost the same because the bulk structure anatase is the same. For rutile samples, the CBB position is almost the same because the rutile crystalline. But depending on the kind of particle, the ERDT pattern is different. Of course, the total density is different. And for mixture of anatase and rutile, and this one, the CBB position is changing depending on the composition of crystalline phase. So therefore, the CBB position reflects the bulk structure. And as I show you, the ERDT pattern reflects the surface structure. And the total density reflects the size of surface or particle size. Okay, so this can be used for an amorphous. We have only one type of amorphous sample. Probably different kind of amorphous may be there. And then this is the only part of titanium, commercial titanium oxide samples. And as you see, almost all samples, titanium sample gives at least a bit different patterns. So therefore, it can be used as a fingerprint. And not only for titanium oxide, but also the other kind of metal oxide or semiconducting solid materials. It can be used as a fingerprint, as I show you later. And why? We can identify by using ERDT CBB pattern. As I told you before, the identification of solid material, at least it is necessary to obtain 3 kinds of structural information. One is the bulk structure, one is bulk structure, and one is surface structure and size. And the ERDT CBB pattern, the ERDT pattern reflects the surface structure. We don't know what kind of surface structure is there by seeing this ERDT CBB pattern. However, this is truly reflecting the surface structure. And this CBB position reflects the bulk structure. As you see, anatase, if the sample contains only anatase, the same CBB position is obtained. And from the relation between specific surface area and the total density, this total density reflects the surface size or particle size. So therefore, ERDT CBB pattern contains all the required information on the structures of solid material. So therefore, it is possible to use. So for the organic compound, Dr. Prego, he invented the elemental analysis technique. Still, that is in 19th century. But at that time, he invented, and then now we use the same technique for elemental analysis. And then I would like to have further of the inorganic solid material analysis. Now, he is a further of organic compound analysis. Okay, so anyway, the actual results are shown. So this is a series of titanium oxide sample, commercial one. In European countries, this titanium oxide powders have been used frequently. The Millennium Crystal Active PC series titanium. And several kinds of samples are provided. And particle size or specific surface area is so much different. And this number, PC 500, 100, 50, and 10, this reflects a specific surface area. So that is large surface area, that means the small particle size. And we believe, at least I believe, before seeing this ERDT CBB pattern, only the size is different. However, actually the ERDT pattern is completely different. Just this is the boundary. The 10 and 50 are similar, but the 100 and 500 are a bit different, bit higher position compared with 50 and 10. So therefore, that might be not completely the same except for particle size. So probably something different. And for the other kind of metal oxide, so this is the representative samples, commercial samples, GNO, strontium titanate, molybdenum oxide, indium oxide, bismuth oxide, tungsten oxide, and copper. Sorry, cerium oxide. Okay, they show the different pattern. And of course, you know, even if the same, for example, bismuth oxide, the different kind of bismuth oxide gives a different pattern. Probably the CBB position, this position is the same for all bismuth oxide. However, the pattern is different. That means the surface structure is completely different. And probably you know that if the metal, titanium metal plate is anodized, the surface is covered with nanotube, that is called titanium nanotubes. And there are only limited method, analytical way to check those structures. They only the SEM is the possible technique to characterize that the titanium nanotubes. However, by using this technique, if the nanotube layers are thinner one, that is impossible to see anything. But for thicker films, it is possible to see the ERDT CBB pattern similar to titanium samples, titanium powder samples. And it is clear the difference between those ERDT CBB pattern depending on the preparation conditions. And as I told you, the amorphous material can be characterized by using this technique. This is an example of niobium NB205 samples. And this shaded 6 materials are completely amorphous, no crystalline peak in XRD. So therefore, it is almost no information, structural information, without if this technique is not used. And the left two, top and the bottom, 2 samples are starting material. And one is the niobium oxide, but probably not completely niobium oxide. The bottom left side, this is the niobic acid hydrate. That can be a niobium hydrate or a niobic acid hydrate, but completely different from the crystalline niobium oxide. And by heating at the temperature 400, 450, 500, several. And by elevating the calcination temperature, the pattern is changing a bit. However, there is no difference between amorphous and crystalline material. So this shows the surface structure, pattern shows the surface structure. So therefore, surface structure is gradually changing. And even if the starting material, these two are completely different, probably different material. However, heating at temperature, the pattern becomes similar. That is very important. So actually, this is the first example of complete structural analysis, including surface structure for those amorphous phase containing samples. And this is the titanium thin film, the thickness about 1 micrometer. This is the from the commercial private companies. So therefore, I can show you the name of this and how to make this and what is the difference of preparation condition. However, they prepare the different titanium thin film samples with different preparation conditions. And actually, there is no way to characterize the difference of those titanium samples because the film is very, very thin and also very, very, crystalline, no, not crystalline, almost amorphous. So therefore, no way to analyze. However, this technique shows clearly probably this is quite amorphous. And the peak position is changing. And this might be a bit containing the crystalline titanium phase. So this must be the first example of characterization of those thin titanium film. And not the semiconducting material, that is the insulator materials, for example, lanthanum oxide or aluminum oxide, silicon oxide, the silica, alumina, and zirconia. They have very, very large band gap, and it is impossible to check the electron trap distribution by using our developed instrument because of the limitation of short wavelengths. But the lanthanum oxide, antimonium oxide, and tantalum oxide shows the good ERDTCBB pattern. And for zirconia, if that is the added doped with some material, probably this is the yttrium stabilized zirconia, and this shows such a peak. So it is possible to expand this. And also not the metal oxide, that this is the carbon nitride. And the G means the graphitic carbon nitride, that layered compound. And this is the results of preparation of C3N4 from the various precursors containing heteroatoms. And therefore, XRD patterns, almost no difference. It is impossible to see the difference of those products. Because XRT shows the bulk structure, and if the heteroatoms are included, that can be concentrated on the surface, but no surface information in XRD. So checking the ERDTCBB pattern, the difference was so clear. The oxygen including precursor gives a bit lower energy side tailing, and sulfur also gives much more positive lower side the peaks there. So therefore, the sulfur or oxygen gives the surface structure, or oxygen or sulfur itself is contained on the surface. And almost no change of CBB position. That is, the bulk structure is not so changed. Only the surface structure is changed. Okay, so then for identification of organic compounds, one of the difference of identification of organic compounds and solid inorganic compound by using our technique, the difference is purity. So in any time, the organic compounds must be purified and then identified. So purification is necessary to identify organic compounds. However, our technique, so the identification for organic compound, purity is important. However, as I show you, even if the mixture and even if the bulk structure is the same, the surface structure is different. That means they are not pure samples. But even if not pure sample, it is possible to obtain the information for identification. So in that case, for pure compounds, the only two value, that is digital, identical or different. However, for those non-pure solid material, the coincidence or similarity can be evaluated. The highest coincidence, that is identical, and the lowest coincidence or similarity, that is completely different. And between identical and completely different, similar. And those degree of coincidence or similarity can be evaluated by using zeta value. And we introduced this degree of coincidence, that the zeta. If that is high, that is 100%, and that is completely the same. And if that is 0, that is completely different. So the zeta value between 0 and 1 is calculated. So actually, this is the commercial titanium samples, and we took the sample from the same, of course, same bottle and almost the same position. Very, very carefully take sample from almost the same position in the same bottle. And we obtained a very, very similar ERDT-CBB pattern. We evaluate the similarity of those three patterns for 3 points. One is the pattern shape, how the curve is changed. So in that case, the absolute value is not considered, just the shape. And the second one is the total density. And the third one is a CBB position. And every time CBB position is almost 1 in any case. So then these 3 degree of coincidence, partial degree of coincidence, are multiplied to obtain zeta by putting some weight. So I have no time to interpret why we put those weight for those 2 parameters, but actually the zeta value can be calculated considering the 3 points. That means the first one is the surface structure. Second one is the size. Third one is the bulk structure. So multiplying 3 degree of coincidence. Now, actually, those 3 patterns gives the almost 0.9 degree of coincidence. So therefore, it is possible to say if that is the zeta value for pair of sample becomes 0.9 or more, it is possible to say those 2 samples are identical. But if the sampling was made from a bit different position in the same bottle, another sample gives completely, clearly different pattern. And the degree of coincidence was decreased so much to be almost 0.75 from 0.9. So actually, this says this technique is very, 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 very sensitive. Even if the sample contains heterogeneity. So actually, after that, we check this heterogeneity of samples. So almost all the solid sample has a heterogeneity if that is powder. And shaking make me more. So shaking is not so good to homogenize. So that makes more heterogeneous. So anyway, we can check even such a heterogeneity in the same bottle. And checking all the degree of coincidence, that is not so difficult, just using the Excel. So we checked all the combinations. So this is only part of the results, but actually the combination pairs of samples of commercial titanium, they give the very low zeta value. Almost all the sample gives the zeta value lower than 0.3 or something, and even 0 for the part of samples. However, that is of course natural because they are different titanium samples, so therefore they must be different. So the zeta value lower than 0.3 is natural, of course, no problem. However, the several pairs of titanium sample, commercial titanium sample, gives the high zeta value higher than 0.6. This is the top 7 combination pairs of titanium samples. And the highest one is TiO4 and the Workhop sample gives the 0.788. And the important point is the rank 2, TiO4 and the P25, and the rank 3, TiO8 and ST01, and the TiO11 and the FP6. They are the same product, but a different code number provided from different way. So therefore, they must show the higher degree of coincidence. However, remember, the same bottle, same position gives the 0.9, but this is so much low compared with the value of 0.9. So that means depending on the preparation conditions or preparation lot, production lot, or the difference in storage conditions gives such a difference. Yes. And very, very interesting point is Workhop sample appearing in rank 1 and rank 4. And Workhop resembled TiO4 and P25. And as I told you, TiO4 and P25 the same. So therefore, Workhop, one of the Japanese large chemical company, they buy P25 and sell P25 as their own product. But the important point is that I don't like to say that. The important point is TiO4 and Workhop is similar, and therefore this is the degree of coincidence of photocatalytic activity. This is the average of 3 photocatalytic reactions, and this is 0.9. The other average of 3 photocatalytic reactions. So that means TiO4 and Workhop give every time almost the same photocatalytic activity. And of course, for rank 4, P25 and Workhop sample gives the 0.848, a bit lower. And depending on the degree of coincidence, the decreasing degree of coincidence gives the degree of coincidence of photocatalytic activity. So that means similar sample gives the similar photocatalytic activity. Of course, they are similar. To make it clear, the degree of coincidence, zeta value, is as a function of zeta, the zeta PC, photocatalytic activity, degree of coincidence of photocatalytic activity. Please note that this is not the absolute photocatalytic activity. This is the ratio of 2 kinds of titanium oxide samples. And for 3 kinds of photocatalytic reaction producing hydrogen, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. And actually, this plot clearly tells just a scattering, almost no correlation. However, here is a line. So that means high degree of coincidence pairs doesn't give low degree of coincidence of photocatalytic activity. Every time, if the zeta value is high, the degree of coincidence photocatalytic activity is high. So this is very important. To make this clear, the 7-point moving average was taken to show this. And zeta value lower than 0.6, the data is scattered so much. That means the accidentally, the photocatalytic activity of pair of sample is high, almost the same, and accidentally very low. So therefore, that is so much scattered. However, if the degree of coincidence is higher than 0.6, the degree of coincidence of photocatalytic activity is increasing almost linearly. If zeta value is higher than 0.8, the degree of coincidence of photocatalytic activity is almost 1. So that means the same photocatalytic activity. When we submit the paper showing this plot, the reviewer tells, of course, if the titanium oxide is similar, the photocatalytic activity must be similar. So this is natural. Yes, natural. So that means we could evaluate the similarity by using this technique. So this is clearly tells the similarity of photocatalytic activity. The some powder samples. And therefore, similar photocatalyst gives similar photocatalytic activity. And please note, this is the results of photocatalytic activity. And probably electron trap we measure might be related or included in the mechanism of photocatalysis. However, even if the physical property, for example, polishing ability, the similar plot is obtained. So this is not showing that the electron trap are participating in the reaction or function. This is just totally evaluated the similarity. So this is the important point. And probably this is the first example of such a elephant plot. We like elephant very much. So anyway, this is published first time in 1916. So, probably nobody understands the meaning of fingerprint. Might not understand this. Therefore, this is chemical communication accept this paper. Probably this is the 8th submission. So starting from Nature, Science, something, and then at last this is accepted. Okay, the important point. If the ERDT CBB patterns are same, the property, activity, so any something must be the same because this tells they are same. So therefore, same material must show the same activity, property, function, something. And another important point is if the property, activity, or something is different, even though the conventional analytical method doesn't give any difference between them, if the property or activities are different, the ERDT CBB pattern, if that is obtained, that must be different. This is important. So that therefore, probably we have experienced, for example, the preparing titanium samples, titanium oxide sample in same recipe, but different time or different people gave different samples, even if the same recipe, same instrument, same conditions are used. And any conventional analytical method doesn't give any difference. However, there's something different in property, activity, or something. In that case, check ERDT CBB pattern. So they are different. And it is possible to say how the pattern gives the different properties. For example, the position of peak or intensity a bit different depending on those properties. That is important. Therefore, another important point is different ERDT CBB pattern pairs don't give same activity or different activity. So that depends on something. So it is impossible to say something if the ERDT CBB patterns are different. Sometimes accidentally the property is the same or activity is the same. So that is important. However, we check this, the pattern similarity. And for 3 kinds of photocatalytic reactions, hydrogen production, carbon dioxide production, and oxygen evolution, we arranged the ERDT CBB pattern in the order of photocatalytic activity. So the left top is the highest, 100, and the decreasing, and going to this, and the left bottom is the lowest. For hydrogen evolution case, the lowest one, the relative activity is 6, and the carbon dioxide case, the lowest one is 10%, and for oxygen evolution case, 1% activity. And actually, do you see anything? Oh, actually, if the samples with the relative activity higher than 70%, that is colored yellow, in yellow. And except for hydrogen case, carbon dioxide production reaction and oxygen liberation reaction, those higher activity samples, higher than 70% relative activity, the patterns are very, very similar. Very, very similar. The pattern shape and the total density and also, of course, the CBB position, almost the same. But the middle activity or low activity, there is no resemblance, no similarity in the neighboring patterns. So that means for highest activity samples, higher than 70%, almost all the property affecting the photocatalytic activity is optimized. And those TiO2, titanium oxides, are prepared commercially, but not so different technique. So in that case, this is the highest optimized properties. And for the lower activity samples, the reason for decreasing photocatalytic activity from the highest is different depending on the kind. For example, some samples has the lower specific surface area. Some sample contains the high defective density or something. So the reason or lower photocatalytic activity is different depending on this. And those are optimized. So that means in the ordinary preparation technique, it is almost impossible to obtain the titanium oxide photocatalysts higher than those samples. So it is necessary to make completely different preparation method. But for hydrogen evolution case, there is no such a pattern. So that means it may be possible to have a much more higher activity sample by modification of preparation conditions or reaction conditions. So that is completely different from the ordinary design or preparation of photocatalyst. Sometimes we point out the effect, for example, specific surface area, and to prepare high specific surface area samples. But this tells such a strategy is not so good. Even if the high, the expected specific surface area is obtained, the other or another factor might be not so good. So therefore, it is necessary to make such a optimized samples. So it is known in the botanical, I don't know, the biology, the Levy-His law minimum. That is for the growth of plants. The minimum factor gives the total rate of growth. So this is the Levy-His law. So therefore, even if the other part has a higher wall, the minimum part, this part determine the level of water. So this is the Levy-His law and Dominic's barrel. And in the Tolstoy's novel, Anna Karenina, the first sentence of this novel, the happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. So then, active photocatalyst powders are all alike. Every inactive powder is inactive in its own way by Bunsho Otani. So therefore, we need to reconsider the way of design of photocatalyst. Okay, as an extension of our technique, I have no time to interpret this, but we are almost succeeded in getting pure authentic sample. That means bulk structure is the same, surface structure is the same, and the the size of particles. Particle size is almost the same. So that means everything is pure. So we have never obtained such a pure solid sample, but probably we are approaching to prepare the pure authentic sample. For example, anatase is titanium oxide, and we can use that as a authentic material. And the other point is crystalline mixture homogeneity can be evaluated by using this technique. For example, you know the several different kind of crystallites are mixed in one powder sample. For example, anatase and rutile mixture. And just we know the composition, anatase 80%, rutile 20% or something. But this technique tells how anatase particle is in contact with rutile or independent. So we can check this crystal mixture homogeneity by using this technique. And another very, very important point is we have succeeded in characterize quantitatively the amorphous phase in titanium oxide samples. And we have already reported that at least 3 kinds of amorphous phase, different kinds of amorphous phases are included in titanium samples, if that is treated. So only we say that amorphous on non-crystal. No. There are several kinds of amorphous phase, even if the composition is the same. So by using our new technique, RDB pass, or measurement of ERDT, it is possible to analyze even amorphous phase containing samples. So this is just on the part, probably 1/4 or 1/5 of collaborators, and we accept the sample from universities or private companies, and also the from abroad. We are happy to measure any samples, and probably the question is, my sample can be measured if that is not titanium oxide. The answer is very simple. So we don't have experienced all the materials, and it is of course it is necessary to check. So without hesitating to measure or not, please send us. If that is not measured, impossible to obtain the ERDTCB pattern, that might be. But if you are lucky, you have obtained the ERDT pattern. Sometimes, probably this cannot be measured, but if actually measured, we obtain. So please do not hesitate to ask us. And of course, from academics, that is free of charge. From private company, we have a lot. Okay, then please contact me in this email. Just emailing me. We are very happy to accept any samples. Thank you very much for kind attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Otani, the future father of metal oxide identification, for that very informative presentation. So once again, we will now open the floor for the Q&A session. Please either unmute yourself to personally ask the question or type it in the chat. So we actually already have 3 questions in the chat. Okay, so I'll read out the first one. So this is from Ahmadi from Universitas Airlangga. So he really enjoyed your fantastic presentation. So his question is about how to improve photocatalytic performance due to charge recombination.
Actually, honestly speaking, I think the charge recombination and the recombination site, that might be an illusion. So probably it is. I think it's almost impossible to avoid the charge recombination. So at least a part of excited exciton pairs must be recombined. And what we check, that is the electron drop. That is a kind of defective site. but there is no relation between the photocatalytic activity and the density of those patterns. And but if we precisely measure the ERDT pattern, there probably something different depending on the surface facet. The recombination rate must be different. So at least I can say that simply speaking, it is not so easy, but the accumulation of the information of reaction rate and ERDT CBB pattern, that may give the solution in future. And probably AI might help us to analyze those correlations between the photocatalytic activity and the ERDT CBB pattern.
Okay, so I'll read out the next two questions, actually both from the same person. So, okay, thank you for the interesting presentation, Professor Munsho Tani. So he's Derian Sanjaya from Institute Technology Bandung. So he has two questions. One, if we understand the amorphous structure using the radial distribution function method, can we still use this information to obtain the ERDT prediction for amorphous? That is the first question. So I'll carry on. Do you want to answer?
So for this first question, I'm not no, I don't know the radial distribution function method in detail, but that might be for the bulk structure. And what we see in ERDT-CB pattern is the surface structure. And therefore, if this method, radial distribution function method, can be separate the bulk and the surface structure, it is possible to apply the result with ERDT CBB pattern. And however, I think that amorphous, the independent amorphous is not so frequently appeared. Almost all the amorphous phase are in contact with crystalline phase on the surface. Almost all the commercial titanium samples contains amorphous phase on the surface. So therefore, such method to check the structure of amorphous is not so easy to reproduce the actual result. This is the answer for first question. Yes.
So the second question, can we improve the photocatalytic performance of materials in a short time by exposing it to electric field or magnetic field? That is also quite popularly done now.
Yeah, this is completely different from my talk today. But actually, I don't expect. So any treatment, any pretreatment gives difference in the structure, of course. And for example, even if only by heating at 80 degree, below 100 degree, the ERDT pattern of titanium oxide powders is slightly changed. And even if that is evacuated at low pressure, the ERDT CBB pattern is changed. And of course, the ultrasonication of something. So any treatment gives the different structure, especially for surface structure. And this might gives the difference in photocatalytic activity. And probably electric field or magnetic field gives if we obtain the difference of structure by ERDT CBB pattern, so that might be information, but I don't know what kind of difference, what kind of change of ERDT CBB pattern gives a high photocatalytic activity or not. So if you have a sample, for example, exposure of electric field or magnetic field, and those gives the different photocatalytic activity, but the ordinary analytical method doesn't give any difference between them, please send us those samples. We can check, and if the photocatalytic activity is different, the ERDT CBB pattern must be different. So you can see the difference. This is my answer.
So the next question is actually from me, Sensei, because I'm planning to send samples to you. Okay, so would it be possible to get the ERDT CBB patterns for one, a mixture of metal oxide, let's say titania and copper oxide, and also for those attached on a substrate, let's say TiO2 on top of ITO or stainless steel? Will that be possible?
Of course possible. Of course possible. The important point is, as I told you in the last slide, the mixing of different kind of material gives the pattern, but that is not just a summation of the two independent patterns. If those different material interact with each other, for example, electronically. So therefore, by checking the mixture with independent samples, it is possible to check how they interact with each other. And also, another important point is this process, accumulation of electron by RDB pass, the electron must be accumulated. So if the very, very small amount of platinum is loaded on titanium oxide, nothing obtained. So that means electron in electron traps are moved to platinum, and this produces hydrogen in reaction measurement cell. So therefore, no electron is accumulated, so no pattern. So therefore, if the hydrogen production catalyst is used, there are almost no patterns. However, that means those, for example, platinum is adequately loaded or not. If that is not a good contact with titanium, the titanium remains the same. So therefore, we can obtain ERDTCB pattern. So the homogeneity or the dispersion of those hydrogen production catalysts can be measured by using this technique. And for copper oxide or something, that is a bit complicated. So actually we obtain the result, but a bit complicated point is copper has different valency, 2 + 1 + 0. So depending on those distribution, the pattern is completely different. And even during the measurement, that might be changed. And therefore, several careful technique is necessary to check the assignment of peaks for such a copper or such a various covalent type metal oxide. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Sensei. So once again, I would like to thank Professor Otani for this keynote speech. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So to commemorate today's event, I would like to request for everyone to switch on their camera so we can take a few screenshots. So please give us your widest smile as the technical team takes a few screenshots. And since we have a few pages, please be patient and smile to the screen while we take the few different pages.
Yes, the important point is if you see your picture on the top, the others might be in the different position.
Yes. So please just keep on smiling while the technical team take the picture.
Okay, I will guide for the photo session. So there are 6 slides in here. I will start first from the first slide. Keep smile, please. The first slide. The second one. The third one. The fourth one. Oh, and this is the last one. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So with that, we have reached the end of the keynote addresses for ICOWOBAS 2021. Once again, thank you all for gracing the event with your virtual presence. With that, I bid you a fond farewell, and I shall hand back the virtual mic to the chairperson. Thank you all very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sheila. What an excellent presentation from our keynote speakers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for now, we'll have a break until 1:30 p.m. GMT +7, all right? And after the break, we will continue with parallelization, and you can directly choose the breakout room after the break. So please note to join the room meeting before 1:30 p.m. GMT +7. And enjoy your break.
Mas